어제는 보드 연결하느라 머리 아파 뒤지는 줄 알았네. 자, 일단은 뭐 해야 되냐. 슈미트 신문하기 하고 미셸 신문하기. 루크한테 누가 수면제를 먹였는지 그거를 파악해야 되거든요. 슈미트가 105호실이었는데 105호실인데 근데 루크가 여기 있으니까 다른 곳을 찾아봐야겠지. 미셸은 누구였지? 미셸이 누구였더라? 미셸 얘 열차장 어딨지? 원래 저기 끝에 앉아있어야 되는데 열차장은 지금 어디 있는지 모르겠네. 뭐야?
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
뭐야? 왜 방문을 열어놓고 얘기해? 신경 쓰이게. 어이, 얘기 좀 하지.
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
그치, 어차피 물어볼 거지. 로크 씨가 일어났습니다. 로크 씨에게 수면제를 먹였더군요. 로크 씨가 일어났습니다.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
수면제 얘기를 어떻게 꺼낼까? 사실만 한번 말해보자.
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we
사실만
found
말해서
residue
반응을 한번
of
보자.
a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have dragged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
자기는 아니다. 당신은 수면제를 갖고 있어요. 로크 씨가 죽을 뻔했어요. 자백을 받는 방법. 수면제는 근데 다른 사람도 많이 갖고 있어가지고 얘가 갖고 있다고 해서 뭐라 하기는 좀 뭐하긴 한데 죽을 뻔했다고 해볼까?
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke
이 새끼 책 보는 척하는 거 봐.
She was
불리하니까.
close to death.
Oh my God.
어?
What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few
바로
hours while we
캐치해버렸죠.
had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that
이번엔 신문 잘했나 보다.
Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to the Armstrong case.
슈미트와 암스트롱 사건의 관계는 드라고미로프 공작 부인의 요리사, 암스트롱 가문의 요리사, 소니아 암스트롱의 보좌관. 이거 어떻게 하지? 소니아 암스트롱의 보좌관, 요리사? 요리사는 딱히 없었던 것 같았는데?
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I
뭐야, 암스트롱 가문의 요리사라고? 요리사 본 적이 없는데? 과거 해상할 때? 요리사 있었나?
That was easy. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say
앞서가지 맙시다.
brilliant chefs.
요리사라고.
You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
Yes. I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to
요리사였어?
collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. My darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to
다른
make
용의자도
certain
신문해 보자.
I have all the pieces of the puzzle.
근데 제가 수면제 자기가 먹였다고 시인했는데 뭐 미셸 굳이 신문해야 되나? 일단은 그래도 조집시다. 말로 조지는 게 탐정이 할 일이니. 너 뭐 보고할 거 없냐?
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
모든 게 다 해결되면. 열차장 어딨지? 얘 깨어나서 밥 먹고 있네. 야, 접시가 친구야, 왜 거덜낼 거야?
You're right, Mr. Boog. This dessert is delicious. I'm glad we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entrée will be superb as well.
Detective Locke, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes, I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands. Otaru, Freya, and yours truly are looking after her.
아니, 야, 우리가 아사하게 되면 원인은 얘다. 미셸 어딨지? 차장 안에 있나? 미셸이 103호라 그랬던 것 같은데? 301호? 301호. 아, 301호.
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others?
저거 그건데?
You have a network
걔
connection.
누구야? 그
No, unfortunately.
유모 아니었나? 유모?
It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the
옆에 서
street.
있던 남자도 봤던 사람 같고. 왼쪽에 있는 사람 누굴까? 왼쪽은 누구지? 쟤가 미셸인가? 아, 쟤가 미셸이구나. 아, 옷이 달라가지고. 오른쪽에 있는 남자도 그건데? 열차에 탄 사람인데? 수잔모로. 중간에 있는 사람이. 그리고 오른쪽이, 아, 저 양반 이름은 기억이 안 나는데 내가. 사이러스였나? 맞네.
Et voilà. You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name.
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain, and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything.
그러면 슈미트도 수면제를 타고 얘도 수면제를 타가지고 좀 과하게 들어갔나? 수면제가.
From Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet until I could... But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand
야,
now.
그럼 슈미트도 타고 얘 미셸도 타가지고 두 개의 분량의 수면제를 먹은 거네. 뭐야? 하드먼과 미셸은 연애 중이다. 하드먼은 미셸의 사위가 될 예정이었다.
Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course, much more is clear now. I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what all the
아,
commotion
저
is next
딸깍거리는
door.
소리 저거? 아, 저거 뭔지 궁금했는데 뭐가 있는 거야? 화장실 아니야 여기? 뭐야?
Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out.
아
but,
맞다, 얘도 탐정이라 그랬지. 얘 사설
No
탐정.
need to invent some preposterous story.
But really,
Michelle has told me everything. You are
옆에
the
있는 친구가 다
fiancé
브로스 이
of
새끼야.
Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh, I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose.
여기 뭐
No wonder
과자가
she
많아.
had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and Mook.
저 머핀 같은 과자 저거 한번 먹어보고 싶다. 초콜릿 케이크? 맛있어 보이는데?
I wonder if our master chef gets his recipes from a game.
요리사라서 요리사 게임 하는 거야? 캐나다 오면 사좀 택배로 보내주세요. 가는 비용이 더 들겠다. 씨.
Golden moustache.
과자 10개를 사도 가는 비용이 더 들겠어. 상함? 저거 뭐 유통기한 짧은 거예요? 저렇게 돼 있는 거? 가자. 팡킹류는 다 유통기한 짧죠? 그런가? 야, 니 수면제 2명치 먹었더라?
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
어떻게 살아있는 거요? 수면제.
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor Pierre Michel both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michelle drugged a passenger? On behalf of
아,
the
그러네.
company,
얘 입장에서는
I
회사
offer
직원이
my
실수한
apologies
거네.
to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michelle will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
얘가 계속 헷가닥하는 이유가 있었구나. 2명분을 먹었으면은 안 죽은 게 다행인 거지. 진짜.
I have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family.
여기 인물들
What a
전부가 거의
coincidence, don't you
암스트롱
think?
가문 애들이랑
It's
연관이 있는 것
incredible.
같은데?
What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home. It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
원래 내게 흘리려던 사실은 무엇일까? 살인자는 빈코브 지역에서 탑승하고 레칫을 죽인 뒤 바로 내렸다. 살인자는 빈코브 지역에서 탑승하고 레칫을 죽인 뒤 계속 타고 있다. 이스탄불역에서 탑승하고 레치에서 죽인 뒤 베오그라드에서 내렸다? (12시) 이후에 살인이 일어났다고 하니까 내릴 그거는 없지 않았나? 기회는?
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth.
베오그라드에서 내렸다?
No, no, no.
이것도 아니야?
Not good.
어차피 아무거나 해도 정답이 갑니다. 그래서 일부러 틀린 문답 2개를 보여드리고 마지막으로 정답을 보여드리기로 했습니다. 뭐라고 하는지 궁금하니까 난 첫 번째가 정답인 거 알고 있었어.
Some clues and
당연한 거 아니야?
information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky,
박정록해.
killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why indeed? Let me
일단 설명을
re-explain
들어봅시다.
from
회색
the
내세포에. 아 내가 하는 거냐? 아 해준다며. 내가 하는 거였어? 자 피에르 미셸이 다시 탑승한다. 살인자가 칼을 내려놓는 도중에 외투 단추가 떨어진다. 일단 이때 멈추는 게 먼저겠죠? 그래야 뭔가 사건이 진행되니까. 멈췄을 때 탔을 거 아니야. 달리는 기차에 뛰어 올라서 타는 건 불가능하니까. 그리고 그 다음에 살인자는 차장으로 위장하고 열차에 탑승한다. 그리고 살인자는 레칫을 죽이고 허버드의 객실로 나간다. 칼을 내려놓는 도중에 외투 단추가 떨어진다. 그리고 외투를 처분한다. 그리고 이건가? 열차에서 내리고 이렇게 돼야겠지? 아니면 이게 순서가 바뀌면은 미셸이 얘가 내리는 걸 봤겠지? 그렇지.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
뭐야 그럼 여기 범인이 없다는 거야?
Oui, that must be it. Everything fits so well.
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible.
더 있어? 다음 중 가장 신빙성이 높은 가설은? 살인자는 여러 명이며 빈코부치로 도망갔다. 살인자는 여러 명이며 레칫에 돈을 탐냈다. 아니야, 돈을 탐내진 않았던 것 같아. 살인자는 여러 명이며 모두 암스트롱 사건과 연관된 사람들이다.
Et voilà. So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest
또
detective,
오만한 저
Hercule
자세 또
Poirot,
나왔다.
dropped into the midst
Hercule
of their
Poirot, 오만한
meticulous
자세.
planning.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
이어서 설명하지. 암스트롱 사건과 연관이 있는 9명. 암스트롱이랑 연관 있는 사람은 얘하고 얘도 얼굴이 나오긴 했었는데 직접적인 연관은 없어 보이는데. 로크 사이러스, 세뮤얼 레치, 슈미트, 미셸. 한 명 더 남았나? 아, 맥퀸. 몇 명 찍었어요 지금? 둘, 넷, 여섯, 일곱. 또 누구 있지? 얘도 넣어야 되나? 한 명 누구였지? 나머지 한 명? 에드워드 마스터먼은 암스트롱 사건과는 연관 없었던 것 같았는데. 얘도 사건 알고 있는 것 같긴 했는데 암스트롱이랑 관련이 있던가? 누구였지? 한 명? 아, 헬레나가 언니인가 동생이라 그랬던 것 같았는데? 그럼 얘도 연관 있나? 남편이니까? 아니네. 아, 한 번에 맞췄다.
My little gray cells did not let me down. Fraulein Schmidt, Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman, and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni, and
그러니까 이 9명 다 같이 쇠고랑 차면 되겠다. 용의자는 이 중에 하나 있어.
And
범인은.
finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Luck and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train
게임 뭐
crew
벌써
other
마무리하려는
than
건 아니지? 근데.
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like
제
the
입장에서는
unveiling?
실적이잖아 이거.
The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
저 친구 왼쪽에 접시 봐. 몇 접시를 먹은 거야 대체. 깨끗하게도 먹었네. 요리서가 슬퍼하지는 않겠다 야. 라운지 칸으로 이동. 라운지 칸이 어디인 건데? 주점이 라운지 칸인가? 친구 여기 라운지 칸이 어디냐? 라운지 칸? 아 여기구나. 살인사건 해결. 벌써 해결 파트로 넘어간다고?
Are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
2 solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required.
어리둥절.
Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At Half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lead jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draft. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, a dozen wounds in all. He left the compartment.
야, 근데 레치드한테는 누가 수면제맥이었더라?
To Madame Hubbard's
그건 아직 안 밝혀졌나?
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car.
왜 갑자기 다 고개를 숙여?
Hypothesis. But there's a second for that. We must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed?
살인의 동기는 뭐였을까? 리벤지.
The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned.
계획은 언제 세웠을까? 이스탄불에서 출발하기 직전, 이스탄불에서 출발하기 몇 개월 전.
Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many
직전에서
people
했다기엔
close
너무
to the family.
작전 짜기가 힘들었을 것
When the
같은데.
police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke
말이 안 되잖아.
continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is.
누가 데이지를 살해했을까? 여기서 수잔모로 하면은 게임 오버 뜨나? 레치.
It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal, yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic.
심벌릭. 12개의 자상은 무엇을 의미할까? 미국 배심단원의 수, 데이지의 나이. 미국 배심단원의 수를 제가 어떻게 알아요? 뭔 소리 하는 거야? 미국 배심단원 수를 내가 어떻게 알아? 데이지 몇 살이었지? 미국 배심단원 수가 몇 명이에요? 검색해봐야겠다 이거. 아니 이거는 문화적 차이기 때문에 내가 검색을 해서 알아보는 수밖에 없을 것 같습니다. 이거를 누가 하냐고. 배심단원 수를. 우리나라 배심단원 수도 모르겠다 씨. 15인, 12인, 6인 뭐 이런 식으로 나뉜다는데. 데이지 몇 살이지? 12살 아니었던 것 같은데? 데이지 12살이었나?
12 stabs. 12.
배심단원?
The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed
이게 맞나?
jury had
데이지 12살
meticulously
아니었던 것
planned
같았는데
for
12살 아니었던 것 같아.
everything except
Snow.
snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but two detectives on the train. They had to improvise, to hastily add clues and false leads.
고장난 시기에 전자담배 액상
The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot.
이것 때문에
However,
처음에 좀 꼬일
he had
뻔했지.
a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him.
아닌가? 고장난 시계.
The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime.
다 선택해봐야 되나? 붉은
This
기모노.
woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does
이거는
not
그냥
really
맥거핀인가
matter.
본데
It
이거.
was just a performance,
거의.
a charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters.
차장의 외투.
The conductor's jacket found in Detective Locke's suitcase was put there only to cast suspicion upon her.
아, 저 차장 옷이 그런 의미였구나. 나 저거 비밀번호 찾느라 저거 신경도 못 쓰고 있었는데 사실.
I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke.
디텍티브 로크. 로크 형사가 레치스에 찔렀을까요? 아니요. 이 양반은 주무시고 계셨던 것 같은데. 표정 봐. 자신감이 차있잖아. 아니오로 해야 될 것 같아. 로크가 무죄임을 알리는 증거는 뭘까? 로크는 수면제 마셔가지고 골로 갔잖아.
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't
며칠
fake her
시체가 두 개가 될
condition.
수도 있었던 사건이야.
Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen.
McQueen.
When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant
맥퀸이 한 말의 의미는 무엇일까? 모든 증거를 제거했다고 생각했다.
you thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
맥퀸이 레치스에 찔렀을까? 너는 찔렀을 것 같아 임마. 직업이 레치스의 비서다. 사실 세 번째도 맞을 것 같거든요. 레치시 워낙 개같은 사람 그런 느낌이라서 그냥 비서였어도 찌를 만한 이유는 될 것 같긴 해 사실. 이 새끼 개같네 이러면서. 찢어진 사진 필요 없고. 맥퀸 아버지의 정체. 얘 아버지가 그 검사였죠.
You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you. How he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken. His faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty,
그래서
monsieur.
찔렀다고 안 찔렀다고
Your
너가.
father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now,
찔렀구나.
I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur
Masterman.
Masterman.
얘는 찌른 것까지는 아닌 것 같은데. 아 근데 표정이 바뀌네. 이거 보이시죠? 입꼬리. 네 할까 아니요 할까 네 할까 아니요 할까. 너는 안 찌른 것 같아.
No, Poirot. Remember Ratchet's sleeping pills.
그렇지. 아 이것도 네 아니어도 결국 답정너네. 근데 뭐 좋게 말하면 사건의 결말에 다다를 수 있게 해주는 시스템이네요. 레치색의 수면제를 먹였다.
Ratchet sensed
아,
danger
수면제를 얘가
close
먹였었나?
to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant in the war, sir, and afterwards, I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned,
부크.
let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
아니요 얘는 뭐 자기 사업장에서 사고 칠 일 있나. 굳이 찔렀겠어. 나와의 우정. 나와의 우정 한번 선택해볼게요. 뭐라고 하나.
Monsieur Book is certainly a very close
궁금하네.
friend, but I never allow
아,
my
개인적인
affection
감정은
to
안
take
된다.
precedence over reason. It is not tangible proof.
아 공가사가 철저하네. 뭐 회사의 감독관이니까.
His lofty position as
그래?
director does not clear him of suspicion. Murderers can come in all shapes and sizes.
열차에 내 자리를 예약해줬다.
Book, my friend, of course you are not guilty. You did everything you could to get me
이게
on
오래전부터
this
계획된
track.
범죄인데
Madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak
얘가
in all
가담했을 리 없다
modesty,
이건가?
that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime.
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon
Pierre
wheel
Michel.
conductor, Pierre Michel.
넌 무조건 칼치지. 모로의 아버지였다. 이것만으로도 충분하다.
No, that
이건
is his
동기일 뿐
motive.
확실한 증거가
I
필요해.
need real tangible
그쵸.
proof.
로크에게 수면제를 먹였다.
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you, but the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers.
미셸이 근데 모로의 아빠일 줄은 몰랐는데.
Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train.
하드만이 레쳇에 찔렀을까? 너도 약혼자였으니까 찔렀겠지 뭐. 표정 안 피냐. 직업이 탐정이다. 미셸의 진술. 직업이 탐정인 건 왜?
Monsieur Hardman,
미셸의
I think
진술이겠지.
you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. you protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé,
모를
you
수가
had
있겠냐.
a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death
네
of
장인어른
your
핸드폰
beloved.
배경화면 좀 봐라.
아이.
같이 서 있는데 모르겠냐.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook.
슈미트. 너 어찌렀지? 야, 이 정도로 용인 범인이 많으면은 오히려 열차 사람들이 합당해가지고 맞짱 뜨는 거 아니냐 막. 범인 아닌 사람들을 그냥 저 다리 밑으로 던져버리면 그냥 아무도 모르겠구만 씨. 공작 부인의 보좌관이다. 로크에게 수면제를 먹였다. 증거는 수면제를 먹인 거겠지.
Fraulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the
뭘
cook
고르든
of
범인은
the
발견된다.
Armstrong
그쵸.
family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andreni. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night.
명예가 뭐 별거냐. 걸면은 그냥 다시 회복하면 되지 뭐. 너 어찔렀지?
Even if it seems logical, it's more
아니에요.
complicated than that. I believe
아
Countess
그래?
Andreni.
아 그렇구나. 양심상 찌르는 게 불가능하다? 찌르기에는 힘이 너무 약하다. 힘이 약하다고 할 수 있나? 애초에 약간 긁힌 상처도 있다며. 그렇다고 약하다고 증거를 내세우기엔 좀 그런데. 양심상 찌르는 게 불가능하다면 뭔 소리지?
Countess Andreni,
이게 정답이.
being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When
열차에서
you
수면제로
awoke,
파티를 벌여도 되겠네
you
아주 그냥.
thought the nightmare.
수면제를 왜 이렇게 많이 들고 다니는 거야?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andreni.
안드레니 백작이 레칫에 찔렀을까? 얘가 대신 찌른 건가? 레칫의 인상이 마음에 안 들었다. 야 이건 사이코패스잖아. 레칫의 인상이 마음에 안 들어서 찌른 거면 미친 사이코패스잖아. 안드레니 백작 부인 대신 찔렀다.
12 people, a jury. This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli.
포스카렐리. 얘는 뭐 크게 연관성은 없었던 것 같았는데.
I do not think that's
아,
the
그래?
right answer.
너는 왜 찔렀는데? 얘 뭐했더라? 아씨 내용이 기억이 안 나네. 로크의 수사 결과 이탈리아 사람이다. 신체 능력이 뛰어나다. 로크의 수사 결과?
Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur, and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue?
야, 암스트롱
Mr.
인망이 얼마나
Foster?
좋았으면 운전기사마저 복수에
She
가담하냐.
was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me.
인망은
And
좋았네.
she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling.
올슨도 애들을 소중히 하는 얘니까 찌르지 않았을까? 용의자인 증거, 방걸쇠.
Mademoiselle Olson, you
얘가
supported
방걸쇠를 아마
Madame
풀어놨을 것
Hubbard's
같아.
story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was my little Daisy.
범인 왜 이렇게 많은데?
My angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olson. You too shed light on your part in this mystery.
올슨의 직업은 뭐였을까? 데이지의 간호사, 유머는 수잔모르니까.
You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
콘스탄틴이 레칫을 찔렀을까? 콘스탄틴은 아니 아닌 것 같았거든요. 근데 저렇게까지 자기 변호를 적극적으로 하는 거 보니까 뭔가 내일 것 같아. 아 그러네. 그래. 아 우리 의사 선생님이 그러실 리가 없잖니. 전 처음부터 아니라고 생각했습니다. 아 근데 너무 막 기겁을 하시길래 좀 한번 겁 좀 줘봤어요. 수사 내내 도와주었다.
Dr. Constantine was certainly helpful to my investigation, but that does not prove he is.
수사 도와준 걸로는 무죄를 입증할 수 없다. 부크의 진술.
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Book, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot,
데버넘과
whose
아비스너.
relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at the hotel.
You have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your relationship to John Armstrong.
아버스넛과 존 암스트롱 관계가 뭘까? 군인.
That's the right answer. Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age
아 진급
is
실패했나
still
보지.
a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary.
그럼 얘도 칼질을 했겠네.
What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong
그러니까
family
얘는
was not
관계는 모르겠고 사건을 알고 있긴
Then
한데
I remembered the job you currently hold.
직업이 기억났습니다. 아, 교사, 영어 교사로 일하고 있었다 그랬거든요.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
You were the teacher of...
데이지 암스트롱.
No, she was
아니야?
the teacher of Countess Andreni.
데버넘 씨가 가르친 건 누구라고? 누가 가르쳤다고?
No, she was
안드레니
the teacher
백작부인.
of Countess...
헬레나 안드레니.
You were the teacher of Helena Andreni, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andreni.
Yes,
왜
absolutely.
홍문대 이름 너무
I lie
헷갈린다.
to you. She was an excellent student.
Captain
뭘
Albert.
서로 쳐다봐 깜빡갈 사이끼리. 너는 뭐 100% 찔렀겠지 그러면. 맥퀸의 진술? 전자담배 액상? 전자담배 액상은 그냥 갖다 놓은 걸 수도 있잖아. 군인 출신이기 때문이다. 맥퀸의 진술. 맥퀸의 진술이 뭐 있었지?
You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi.
아, 쟤가 짭이니까 너도 짭이다. 아, 그렇네.
As for you,
한 마리 잡으면
Mademoiselle
세트로 묶여오는
Debenham,
거네 그러면. 너는 얘는 왠지 칼질은 또 안 했을 것 같기도 하고 얘도 찔렀겠지 그냥. 용의자인 증거, 올슨의 진술. 올슨이 뭐라 했더라?
Mademoiselle
올슨도
Olsen was the
구라였지.
only one who could confirm your
아, 얘도 한
alibi.
세트였구나.
I think you know where you stand.
방금 네
Very good,
남친이랑
Mr.
똑같은
Poirot. Are
유형이야.
you satisfied?
I will be soon. Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's
결혼은
godmother,
감옥에서 하겠구만.
Princess Dragomirov.
드라고미로프 공작 부인이 레칫에 찔렀을까? 데모니까 일단 한 번쯤은 침 좀 발라놨겠지. 왼손잡이.
Princess Dragomirov.
네가
you
유일한
weren't
왼손잡이야.
on my list of suspects at the start.
왼손잡이
Given your
할당량
social
채워야 돼.
position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say...
허버드의 본명은 뭐였까? 소니 암스트롱? 소니 암스트롱 죽지 않았나? 린다 아든?
Linda Arden.
오, 나 놀라는 거 봐. 오, 이거까지 맞춰 이러면서.
Princess Dragomirov
놀랐냐,
hadn't
새끼들아?
told me about her
나도 놀랐다.
relationship
린다
with
아든이
this
누군지도
famous
모르거든.
actress. I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, It is obvious.
하버드와 암스트롱 가문 사이에 어떤 관계가 있을까? 아 근데 게임이 약간 급 마무리하는 듯한 느낌이 드는데 약간 뭔가 사건 풀이가 나는 뭔가 다 해결이 안 되는데 그냥 지가 알아서 다 풀어놓는 듯한 그런 느낌이라고 해야 되나 지금? 나는 린다 아드니 누군지 몰라. 누구야 대체. 그런 내용을 모르는데 그냥 선택해가지고 스토리를 알려주는 대로 그냥 흡입하는 그런 느낌이에요. 안드레니 백작 부인의 대모, 안드레니 백작 부인의 이모. 하버드 암스트롱 가문 사이에 어떤 관계가 있을까? 뭐지? 이모니?
I do not think that's the right answer.
드라고미로프 공작 부인의 누이. 그러면 똑같이 러시아인이어야 되는데 러시아인 아니지 않나?
I must admit I'm not right
아니지.
this time.
데모. 너도 데모.
No,
데모 아니고.
not good.
소니아의 어머니? 아 소니아의 어머니구나.
I'm right again. That happens to me a
그럼
lot.
헬레나의 어머니기도 한 거야? 소니아랑 헬레나랑
You
아예
are
자매잖아.
the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni.
아 니네 그냥 다 손잡고 다 같이 들어가라 그냥. 씨. 걸쇠를 가리는 화장품 가방. 이거는 솔직히 못 볼 수가 없었거든요.
Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So, you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief.
저
So
사진만
were the
쓴다.
servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end.
하드먼이
Then we had
탐정이니까.
to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much. But he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east, sooner or later, by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it?
탐정이 제일 큰
If it must
변수였네.
all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that
혼자서
he was
12번.
responsible for my daughter's death.
다른
and her
사람들 죄는
child's,
덮어달라 이거야?
and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy. and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it. All these good, faithful souls.
이것도 내가 선택지 할 수 있냐?
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Book. What do you say?
여기서 선택 잘못하면 12명인가 11명한테 구타 맞는다.
The first theory you put forward was the correct one.
첫 번째 가서
Decidedly so. I suggest that is the
범인은
solution we
이미
offer to the
도망갔다로?
police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
그냥 첫 번째 가설 범인이 몰래 타가지고 찌르고 칼질한 다음에 몰래 나갔다. 그래서 범인은 이미 열차 안에 없다. 로 결말을 짓는 건가요, 그냥? 이렇게 엔딩이라고? 뭐야? 근데 저기서 니네 다 체포하겠다 이럴 순 없잖아. 저쪽이 쪽수가 더 많은데. 저기는 전직 군인까지 있단 말이야.
But it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were
하나
not
더
12,
발견했다고? 13개?
13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with
다른
13
누구도
wounds.
칼질을 했나?
The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice.
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train. We must tell Book. The case is not solved.
챕터 8을 완료하세요. 뭐야? 뭐야? 엔딩인 척 하더니 엔딩 아니네? 페이크 엔딩이었어? 각색했으니까. 그런가 보네.
Please come in.
야, 나머지 12명 다 살려주기로 했는데 13번째도 그냥 살려줘.
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well,
13번째 찾아서
we
뭐
will
어쩌게
arrive
해.
in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours.
이러면 13번째는 좀 억울하지 않을까? 제 앞에 12명은 다 봐주는데 왜 저한테만 그러세요 이러면서.
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials AW. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
여기도 범인 전부 다라고 밝혀진 건가요, 그럼? 일단 밝혀지긴 했는데 12명 전부 범인이라고 밝혀졌긴 했는데 그거는 첫 번째 가설인 범인이 몰래 타가지고 칼질한 다음에 몰래 내려가지고 열차 안에 범인이 없다로 결말 짓는 걸로 하는 것 같고, 이제 13번째 범인을 찾는 건데, 야 여기서 13번째 범인이 찾아지면은 걔를 체포한다 칩시다. 그 13번째 범인이 진상을 다 말해버리면 사실 저만 찌른 게 아니라 여기 12명 다 같이 찔렀습니다. 이러면은 무슨 의미가 있지? 만나는 장소 오리엔트 특급 열차? 다이어리 내용 기억 안 나는데? 여기 볼 수 있구나. 이거 안 봐줘. 나 이거 못 읽는단 말이야. AW 필기책 그지같이 써놨네. 22시 저건 뭐라고 읽어야 돼요? 22시 일단 오후 10시 날짜는 언제야 저거? (17일) 날짜는 어떻게 유추하지 이거? 찍자.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
폰타나 데이 코닐리? 도시 만나는 장소 도시 이거 어떻게 하지? 이 필기체를 읽으라는 거야? 폰이 모시기가 맞는 것 같고 RJ 코닐리? 이스탄불? 베니스? 카이로?
I do not think that's
18, 18. 아 이거 애초에 다이어리에 18이라고 적혀있잖아. 18일 일수는 18. 아 근데 글씨 진짜 개 그지같이 쓴다. 누구한테 배운 거야 이거? 폰타나 데이 코넬리 욕했다? 아 그지같이 쓴 걸 어떻게 해. 아 예쁘게 쓰던가. 사람 열받게 하네.
Think, Poirot.
도시만 맞추면 될 것 같은데. 아 베니스.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
자 이제부터는 사실 각색한 내용이라고 보면 되겠네요. 원래 원작에서는 12명 찾고 끝인가요? 원래는? 엔딩 크레딧 나오려고 한 거 보니까 원래는 끝이었던 것 같은데. 근데 나 뭐 해달라고? 헤이스팅스 찾기. 콘스탄틴과 대화. 콘스탄틴 몇 호실에 있더라? 101호실. 뭐가 됐든 상관없습니다. 새로운 게 하나 나왔으면은 또 밝혀내면 그만. 어이. 여기 왜 없지? 콘스탄틴 여기 있나?
How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help?
203호 했나? 살인 장소?
I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace.
레치세 안식을 방해하지 말아야겠어. 아니 콘스탄틴 어딘데?
I don't have time for small talk.
어딨냐고.
How would it look to the police if
이 양반 어디서 기다린다 그랬지? 아 라운지에 있구나. 아이씨.
Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug-of-war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I find myself in the middle. And, to be honest, I welcome the chance to see this case through. It is fast becoming
이제
one
투투
of the
끝인가?
most
아직도
challenging
투투였다고?
of my
챕터
career.
8인데? 챕터 8 끝났는데 투투였다고?
So, my dear book, how does our journey progress?
We are well on our way to Venice. All of our passengers are locked in their rooms by order of the authorities. I watch them when they want to stretch their legs. The captain there behind you.
아, 같이 따라다니는
I
거야?
see that you
용의자니까.
have the situation well in hand.
같이 베니스로 가주게.
Would you be able to accompany me to Venice to follow a lead?
I'm honored you asked me, my friend.
뭐야, 아예 열차에서 내린 다음에 하나? 뭘?
But I have to manage the situation here. I must make sure no one gets off the train in Venice and that Ratchet's body is transferred.
같이 베니스로 갑시다.
Doctor, a question. Could you assist my investigation in Venice?
I can't. I'm
아,
afraid.
다 안 된대.
I'm to accompany Ratchet's body when the Italian police take possession of it. I've been asked, commanded really, to help with the autopsy because of my earlier examination.
아니 뭐 시체 현장에 있던 의사가 얘밖에 없으니까 얘는 따라가긴 해야겠네. 야, 같이 갈래? 같이 베니스로 갑시다. 살인범한테 살인범을 잡는 걸 도와달라고 할 순 없지. 왜 할 수도 있지. 뭐 공식적으로는 살인범 아니게 되는 거잖아. 놔주는 거니까. 어? 얘 데려가면 되지 않나?
Mademoiselle Locke, you are clearly an excellent police officer.
어차피
Could
리쳇도
you
없겠다.
accompany
할 일
me
없잖아
to
이제.
Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we still need to know.
Well, yes. It would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the initials A.W. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators. Why is this meeting important?
Unfortunately, the case is not complete. Dr. Constantine has discovered the presence of a 13th stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
The wound was made with another, finer blade. Why would one of them have used two knives? Did they want to confess they killed him more than the others? And if so, why bother to deny it when they have already confessed? No, it makes no sense. And I do not close a case until all questions have been answered. You, of all people, must understand this.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
Thank you. Together, we will uncover the truth. We will arrive in a few hours. Take the opportunity to rest.
I slept well last night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent. Then be prepared when we reach Venice. We have another mystery to solve.
뭐야 이거 그냥 열차 내려가지고 아예 다른 장소로 가는 것 같은데? 이러면 오리엔트 특급 살인 사건이 아니지 않나?
This is the third embarking dock, and
아예
no
다른
gondola is
장소로 가는데?
available
진짜?
at all.
내리는데? 기차 내렸는데?
With Carnival, you can't find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked.
오리엔트 내렸는데 이제 오리엔트랑 관련 없는데?
This canal. We're almost there.
여기서부터 그냥 오리지널 스토리라고 보면 되는 것 같은데 그러면? 이쯤 와서 살짝 말씀드린 건데 내가 소설 원작을 먼저 읽고 이 게임을 했으면 왠지 좀 실망했을 것 같은 느낌이 살짝. 뭐야 갑자기 얘로 해? 소설 먼저 읽었으면 뭔가 좀 실망했을 것 같다. 배경이 2023년인가 보다. 그쵸. 거기서부터 엄청 차이가 날 수밖에 없죠. 지금 에르킬 포아로가 증거를 핸드폰으로 들이밀면서 하는데 뭐 감성부터가 다르지. 뭐 하라는 거야 여기서? 베니스 가면 항상 이렇게 춤추고 있나 다들? 야 너 뭐야? 밀짚 모자야?
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
루피야 뭐야?
Please, according to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No, I, Gabriele, cannot help you. I'm sorry.
We'll miss the 10 o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd. and have to walk a kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset. I should try to find out why.
돈.
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is
푸아로도
it?
동명이인 아니냐고. 푸아로가 아니라 푸와로였던 거임. 이거 뭐야?
Bella Chiara, the beautiful Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
건돌라? 야 여기서 저까지 건너가는데 못 태워주겠다고? 야 씨. 수영 잘하는 사람이면 그냥 헤엄쳐서 가도 되겠다. 이건 안 태워준다고?
You have my full confidence, mademoiselle. I'll leave it to you.
푸아로 씨 쩔이 됐는데?
It's impossible to find a gondolier during carnival.
방관자가 돼버리셨는데 갑자기? 학담은 뭐지? 우리가 지금 있는 곳이 여기잖아. 근데 저 건너편으로 가려면 배를 타든가 아니면 뺑 돌아가든가 해야 되는데 스글룸이 배를 운전을 하지 못하겠다네.
It's calm and relaxing, although not as clean as it could be.
뭐 어쩌라는 거지 여기서? 뭐하라 그랬죠? 운하 횡단. 운하 건너편으로 가는 방법을 찾아야 한다. 저 양반한테 무슨 문제가 있어서 배를 운전 못한다고 하니까 뭘 해줘야 되나?
Ancora una volta sono dalla parte spagliata del canale per la festa.
Sorry, I don't
Eh?
speak Italian.
뭐라고요? 응?
Not a picture for the tourist brochures.
아 쓰레기가 모여 있는 거야? 버니스에서 비둘기를 쫓아버리세요. 이런 거 도전 과제로 넣지 말라고. 그부터 뭘 해야 되는 거야? 야, 아저씨 따블 드릴게요. 갑시다. 따따블.
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is it then?
따따블로도 안 든단 말이야? 이 뭐야?
Ah, what a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers.
곤돌라 사공의 문제. 이 곤돌라 사공한테 무슨 문제가 있는지 알아내야 한다. 곤돌라 사공의 문제는 뭐지? 꽃다발이 망가졌다?
I don't need Mr. Poirot to
여자친구가
tell me I'm
싸웠다?
wrong. All right.
여자친구랑 싸운지 아닌지 어떻게 알아 내가. 곤돌라 사공의 여자친구 이름이 뭐지?
Sweet.
키아라.
That is a great detective job.
키아라라는 내가 어디서 말 걸었었나? 야 잠깐 삐진 거야.
I'm
금방 올
sorry you
거요.
had a fight with Chiara.
What? How did you know?
I'm a detective. I'd like to help if I can.
If you have a spare engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
야
I
군반지
see.
남는 거 있으면 달래.
You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give Chiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend and without a ring.
야 군반지를 왜 던졌는데?
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier will take us across.
아 그냥 저기 지나가는 애들한테 부른 다음에 세워가지고 건너가면 안 되나? 돈 더블로 드릴 테니까. 저기 쓰레기 사이에 껴있을 것 같은데 반지. 저기 있는 거 아니야? 야 저 뒤적뒤적 해봐 저거. 그래. 딱 봐도 너구만. 열어봐. 그래, 요거.
I know someone who'll be happy. I know someone who'll be happy.
집기. 됐다. 다른 건 뭐야? 그냥 쓰레기. 이것도 그냥 쓰레기. 이건 대체 뭐지? 캔인가? 뭐에 쓰는 물건이지? 중요하지 않아요. 중요한 건 반지를 찾았다는 거죠. 근데 약혼 반지면은 반지 2개 있어야 되는 거 아니야? 하나만 있어도 돼요?
Excuse me. I believe I have something that belongs to you.
근데 결혼을 안 해봐서 모르겠네.
Mamma mia, grazie mille, signorina. With this, I can now win my Chiara's heart again. I know it. How to thank you?
My friend and I need to get to the other side. We have a very important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of course, I'll take you across. Then I will call Chiara. Hopefully, she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
뭔가 지금 푸아로 느낌이 후계자 양성하는 약간 늙은이가 된 듯한 느낌인데 일부러 제자한테 일 시키고 본인은 뒤에서 지켜보고 있는 것 같은데.
If it's not too much to ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries.
좋아.
I can call
넌
Chiara
우리 이제
from
전용
here.
택시다.
Find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, signorina. You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice. Do you forgive me? Yes, I assure you. I found your ring. I fixed everything.
통화 내용까지는 안 들리네. 아저씨 스피커폰으로 해봐요. 나 좀
Chiara,
듣게.
I'm sorry. Yes, I assure you.
뭐 알아서
I found your
하시겠지.
ring.
왼쪽으로 가라 그랬거든요? 오른쪽으로 가봐야지. 막혔네. 베니스는 대체 뭐하는 곳이길래 이러고 있는 거지? 축제 날인가? 길 한가운데서 핸드폰으로 해. 라쿠르 모시기 서점인가? 서점인 것 같고. 지도를 볼까요? 어디로 가야 된다 그랬지? 포뭐? 폰타나. 오 어딨냐? 여긴데? 토끼 분수 여긴데? 야 근데 13번째
It's 9:55.
찌른 사람을
The right time in
찾는데
the right place. Now AW just needs to show up.
열차 안에서 찾아야 되는 거
You
아니에요?
made me run, Detective Locke. Poirot does not run. I'll wait, sitting down.
6번째 찌른 사람을 왜 여기서 찾으려고 그래? 뭐 원격으로 찔렀냐? 이기어 검술이야?
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
No, no one. But who knows what those masks and costumes are hiding?
첫 번째 가설로 담그고 내린 사람이 이 사람인 건가? 너냐? 가면을 썼는데도 다른 사람처럼 막 춤을 안 추고 있는 걸로 봐선 수상한데 이
We
새끼.
have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so. I've never met you.
아 그래? 아 아니야? 너냐?
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
아 그냥 AW 세요라고 물어봐야지 무슨 너냐? 아니야? 내 눈 바라봐. 왜 내 눈을 피하지? 수상한데 묻지마 범인 만들긴 아니죠.
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua.
물어본 다음 범인 만들긴 할 겁니다. 예. 너냐? 얘는 그냥 장사하시는 분이고 뭘 파는 거야? 무슨 선지 푸딩을 파시네. 누굴까? 뭐냐?
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua mascara.
씨 뭐라는 거야 뉴스들을. 너냐? 야 솔직히 여기 구석에서 혼자 이러고 있는 거면은 얘다. 얘밖에 없다.
We have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so. I've never met you.
뭐야 그냥 흔한 미친놈이었잖아. 구석에서 왜 그러고 계세요? 차라리 광장에 나와서 하세요. 왜 혼자 구석에서 그러고 있어? 여기 들어갈 수가 있네.
Nobody. The desk clerk must be asleep or off partying. If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself.
범죄입니다. 이런 일을 하면 안 돼요. AW 여기 AW 있는데 대놓고.
Aziz Wadi. That's
Aziz
the only
Wadi.
name that corresponds to the initials AW.
Paziente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
오케이 땡큐. 라폰타나 데이 코넬리.
Hello. I'm looking for the Fontana de Canigli. Do you know where it is?
Ah, it's right in front of the hotel. It's easy to recognize because of the rabbits.
Thank you. I had an appointment with someone, but I can't find him. I wondered if he might be staying in your hotel.
I can't help you unless you give me the name.
이름? 아단 와다? 이거 아니었나? 아지즈 와디?
I have an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
깔았다. 누구라고 소개하면 좋을까? 레치 부인.
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
뭐야? 누가 절 감시하는 것 같아서 약속 장소를 바꾸겠습니다. 앨리스는 분수에 앉아 흰 토끼 조각상을 바라보았습니다. 그런데 갑자기 토끼가 깡총 뛰어 사라지는 게 아니겠어요. 앨리스는 토끼를 쫓아갔습니다. 이번에도 앨리스를 따라가 볼까요? 아, 이 양반이 좁은 골목길을 지나 다리를 건넌 앨리스는 두 남자를 만났다. 남자들은 서로 자기 모자가 더 높다고 싸웠어요. 작은 광장에 다다랐습니다. 광장에는 고양이가 차를 마시고 있었죠. 장난꾸러기 고양이는 다른 골목으로 뛰어가 버렸고 앨리스는 고양이를 쫓아갔다. 더 넓은 광장이 있었다. 이곳에는 카드 병정들이 지내는 막사가 있었죠. 응? 바로 앨리스... 커다란 문은 암호로 입력해야 열리는 곳이었죠. 바로 앨리스가 여기로 오는 길에 모은 숫자를 전부 합쳐서 만든 암호였습니다. 개귀찮게 하네. 아니 근데 암호 입력하는 건 뭐 어디 있는데? 암호 입력하는 것부터 알고서 판단해 보자.
Was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see. Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so much.
Yes, I think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, mademoiselle.
아, 펄없이 이러려고 데려오셨어요? 직접 하세요, 직접. 네. 아, 나 참. 어떻게 하라 그랬지? 비밀번호 입력하는 곳이 어디야? 여긴가? 여기로 지나가야 되는 것 같긴 한데. 더 큰 광장. 일단 싸돌아다녀보자. 어차피 구역이 한정적이라서 결국 도착하게 돼 있지 않을까? 여긴가? 아니네. 뭐야, 도시가 생각보다 넓어. 어디야 여기? 여긴가? 9 메두사. 그거 아까 넌 뭐냐? 개수상한데? 아, 비밀번호는 여기다 입력하는 건가? 이건 뭐야 그러면? 비밀번호 여는 곳이 왜 2개나 있어? 귀찮게 하는구만. 만나면 딱밤을 때려주겠어. 누군지 모르겠지만. 처음 구간으로 다시 돌아가봐. 숫자를 모아야 된다 그랬는데? 오는 길에 보였던 숫자. 어디였지 길? 맨 처음 구간 어디였지? 분수대로 돌아가봐 일단. 고양이 뭐야? 살인이야! 살인 사건이야! 사람이 죽었어요. 광장 어디였지? 여기 어디지? 뭐야, 도대체 왜 이렇게 넓어? 이렇게 넓은 줄은 몰랐는데. 여기 어딘겨? 광장으로 돌아가서 차근차근 진행하면서 숫자를 봐야 되는데. 지도를 보자. 오케이. 여기서 뒤로 간 다음에 왼쪽으로 꺾어서 정면 에서 오른쪽으로 꺾으면 된다. 여기 맞는 것 같다. 그러면 편지를 다시 한번 볼까요? 편지 어디서 보지 근데? 여기 있다. 분수에 앉아 흰 토끼 조각상을 바라봤다. 그런데 토끼가 깡총 뛰어 사라지는 게 아니겠어요? 흰 토끼. 얘가 깡총 뛰어서 사라졌다. 근데 어디 방향으로 사라졌는데? 토끼가 보는 방향으로 간다고 치면은 골목 쪽으로 가겠지? 좁은 골목길을 지나 다리를 건넌 앨리스는 두 남자를 만났습니다. 남자들은 서로 자기 모자가 더 높다며 싸웠지요. 좁은 골목길을 지나 다리. 이 편지 만든 놈도 참 지극정성이다. 다리를 건넜다고 근데? 다리를 건너려면은 여기서 다리가 나오는 곳이 어디지? 저건가? 모아서 다리를 건넜다. 자기 모자가 더 높다고 싸우는 새끼들 있냐? 모자 관련 얘기는 안 하는 것 같고 모자 가지고 싸운 놈들이 없는데 여기가 아닌가? 아 비켜요. 뭐야 프로씨 나 따라오고 있었네?
Do you need help, Detective Locke?
It looks like the writer of this letter is quoting Alice in Wonderland.
No, I think it is a pastiche. Monsieur Carroll was a much better
흉내만
writer
낸 거
than
같소.
this.
It's a riddle. No, a map.
Both. I think Mr. Wadi was worried their business might be known and has given Ratchet directions to a new rendezvous point.
뭐야 토끼.
Mr. Wadi's letter mentions a rabbit. The
푸아로를
rabbit
통해서
fountain
힌트를
is an
얻을 수가 있나
obvious
봐.
starting point. I believe the letter refers to this place.
모자는
We have
모자는
a
뭘 말하는 거야?
reference to hats
인물을
in the
말하는 거야
letter.
아니면 동상을 말하는
Can
거야
we
이거?
find hats?
뭐?
We have a reference to hats in the letter. Where can we find hats?
그런데 어디지? 그걸 내가 대한테 여쭤본 거잖소. 나한테 어딘냐고 역질문을 하면 어떡해. 다시 분수로 돌아가봐. 아씨 모자. 아 비켜. 다리를 건넜다는 게 여기 다리를 건넜나? 아니 여기 근데 내가 왔던 길인데 여기는 배 타고.
Did you have an appointment here at the...
Yes,
모자 가지고 싸우는 사람이 어딨어? 사람이 아니라 하더라도 뭔가 모자를 뜻하는 무언가가 어딨지? 여기가 아닌가? 다리가 여기가 아닌가? 모자 이 모자 말하는 건가 이거? 그냥? 모자 가게를 말하는 건가? 8. 아 여기 숫자 있네 8. 분수대에도 숫자 있나? 잠깐만 분수대 숫자도 있으면 보고 해야 되는데 모자에 8. 여기가 맞긴 맞았네. 사람이 아니잖아. 가게잖아. 분수대에도 숫자 있을 법한데. 벽에 낙서하고 다니지 마라. 28. 28까지는 맞았고 그러면 다시 모자 가게로 돌아간 다음에 다음 편지 내용을 읽어봐야지. 모자 가게 어디였지? 어? 길 거지가네. 모자 가게 어디였냐? 게임 제목 베니스의 상인으로 바꿔야겠는데. 어. 아 여기다. 여기에서 또 편지를 읽으면은 도로 좁은 골목길을 지나 작은 광장에 다다랐다. 광장에서는 고양이가 차를 마시고 있었다. 좁은 골목을 지나 좁은 골목이면은 여기 말하는 거겠죠? 저쪽일 수도 있지 않나? 근데 저쪽에도 골목 있지 않나? 베니스의 에르킬 푸아로로 하죠. 네. 작은 광장 여긴가? 아닌데 여기 시작 지점인데. 고양이가 물을 마시고 있다 그러지 않았나요? 여기 아닌데? 골목이? 이건가? 이거 물 마시는 그거 아닌가? 근데 숫자가 딱히 안 적혀있는 거 보니까 이거 아닌 것 같기도 하고. 다른 골목으로 가보자. 푸아로 아저씨는 뛰어다니기에 너무 나이가 드셔가지고 젊은 형사가 대신 뛰어다니나봐. 어디야? 아이 젠장, 여기도 아닌 것 같은데. 좁은 골목이 한두 개냐고. 아이씨 막혔잖아. 여기가 맞나? 아 제발 길 한가운데서 얘기하지마 이 새끼들아 진짜. 고양이 동상이나 뭐 이런 게 있나? 경찰이긴 한데 미국 경찰 아니? 맞아요, 미국 경찰. 매사추세츠였나? 아 우리 루피 통화하고 있는. 근데 뭐 불법적인 일을 안 하고 있긴 하니까. 얘인가? 고양아 여기 비밀번호 없냐? 숫자가 없는데. 오리엔탈의 소스였고 이게 사실상 본게임 아니? 그러면 사기 아니냐? 사기 아니에요? 아 뭐 딱히 사기는 아니긴 한데 오리엔탈 내용 들어가 있긴 하니까. 이건 뭐 오리엔탈 외전격이라고 해야 되나? 뭐라고 해야 되지? 아 근데 물 마시는 고양이가 어디 있다는 거야? 좁은 골목길을 지나 다리를 걷는 앨리스는 저거는 모자. 작은 광장에 다다랐다. 광장에서는 고양이가 차를 마시고 있었다. 아니 좁은 골목이 여기 한두 개냐고. 골목이 다 좁은데. 진행 방향상 이쪽으로 가야 될 것 같은데. 근데 이쪽이 맞을 것 같은데. 물 마시는 고양이가 대체 어디 있는지요? 뭐 물가게나 물 장사하는 곳을 찾아봐야 되나? 메인 이제 시작. 고양이 는 있는데 살아있는 고양이를 뜻하진 않을 것 같은데. 좀 더 쭉 가보자. 여기는 미용실, 작은 광장. 여긴가? 야 고양아 비밀번호 말해. 말하지 않으면 물속에 빠뜨려 버릴 거야. 숫자 없는데. 작은 광장. 작은 광장 여기를 뜻하는 건가? 물을 마시고 있었다. 물을 마시고 있으면은 여긴가? 아씨 뭐 비밀번호가 안 보이는데? 없는데? 이거는 트럼프 카드죠? 아 여기있다. 6. 아 286. 486도 아닌 286. 뭔가 좀 열받는데 편지 쓰는 놈. 아 진짜 인중에 딱밤이랑 관자놀이 동시 타격한다. 이중 타격 들어간다. 씨. 못 참겠다. 2대는 때려야 성이 풀리겠어. 숨을 헐떡거리며 도착한 곳은 넓은 광장. 장난꾸러기 고양이는 다른 골목으로 뛰어가 버렸다. 병정들이 지내는 막사? 일단 286 지도를 좀 보면서 갈까? 다른 골목. 왠지 이쪽 골목일 것 같네요. 286 병정들이 지내는 작은 막사. 여긴가? 설마 트럼프 카드도 뭐 비밀번호 숫자거나 그러진 않겠지? 아, 2864 여기 맞다. 그래. 그 다음 뛰고 또 뛰어 부두의 끝자락에 도착했다. 고르곤 머리. 2864 입력하면 되는 것 같은데? 근데 고르곤 머리가 또 어디 있었지? 부두의 끄트머리로 갔다가 했는데, 야, 여기 지도 어딨냐? 지네도 동네 길 글지 같은 거 알고 있구만. 구역마다 그래도 지도를 배치한 거 보니까. 오른쪽으로 가야 되나? 잠깐만. 내가 저기 있으니까 M으로 가야 되나? (2864) 근데 아까 보니까 비밀번호 입력하는 것이 2개 있었는데 메두사 쪽에 입력하라 그랬지. 여긴가? 여기였나? 28649 이러면 5자리인데? 비밀번호가? (2, 8, 6, 4) 아 5자리구나 애초에.
No, this isn't it. Think.
응? 28649 아닌가? 아니라고? 왜? 왜 아니야? 비밀번호 오면서 모은 숫자들 전부라며. 전부 합쳐서 28649를 더하라는 뜻인가? 10 16 그러니까 20 29 아니 29밖에 안 되는데 이거 맞아? 아니잖아.
No, Joanna. That doesn't track.
말이 왜 안 돼 임마. 시킨 대로 했는데. 아 뭐야. 28649 맞지 않나? 분수대 2 모자의 8이었는데. 아 뭐지 뭘 안 봤나 내가? 아 여기 막힌 길인데. 뭘 놓쳤지? 분수대로 다시 돌아가봐. 이런 식으로 풀타임을 늘리다니 이 녀석들 이것이. 분수대 2 맞죠? 2지. 다른 숫자도 있나? 아닌데? 다른 숫자는 없어 보이는데. 2 모자가게 아까 어디였지? 여기로 갔나? 아 이쪽으로 하면 안 되는 것 같은데. 아니야 이쪽이 맞을걸? 저기 모자가게 2하고 숫자 8이죠. 28 모자가 여기가 막사인가 설마 그냥? 장소를 착각한 거 아닐까? 28649가 아니라 24689인가? 숫자를 장소를 착각했나? 24689로 한번 다시 입력해보자. 순서만 두 바꾸면 될 것 같아. 내가 숫자를 잘못 보진 않았을 거야. 아닌가? 숫자를 잘못 봤나? 아, 나 이제 이것도 장담은 못하겠다. 숫자를 잘못 봤나? 24689. 저 끝에가 메두사 머리지. 24689로 한번 해봅시다. (24689) 아니라고?
No, I did something wrong. Come on, Joanna. That's a rookie mistake.
뭐지? 박사 4를 어디서 봤더라? 넓은 광장. 넓은 광장. 내가 4를 어디서 봤었죠? 4를 봤던 곳이 기억이 안 나네. 여기 아니야. 여기였나? 고양이를 지나 넓은 광장. 사 어디서 봤었더라? 아, 헷갈리네. 이쪽이었나? 여긴데? 여기가 넓은 광장인가? 잠깐만, 여기가 넓은 광장이라면 (28 469? 28469 해보자. 28469 여기를 넓은 광장이라 생각해야겠는데? 28469 여보? 분수대다. (28469) 제발 28469. 아, 됐다. 28469. 아, 장소를 착각했네. 아씨, 그지같은 놈. 얼굴 좀 보자. 누구야? 아, 뭐 여기 전생했어? 누가 여기다 비밀번호 문짝을 달아놓으래. 뒤지고 싶어? 어? 뭐야? 어?
Hey, you.
진짜 살인이야. 도망쳐.
can't lose them.
아, 푸아로씨 왜 끄덕거리기만 하세요? 잠깐 뭐야? 아니 칼 들고 있는 상대를 그냥 쫓아간다고? 돌았나 이 양반이? 뭐야 갑자기 왜 추격전인데? 아니 여기 뭐 도망가봤자 어디 도망가실 데가 있다고 이거? 다쳐요. 그렇게 막 뛰시면 다쳐. 왜 도망갈 데도 없어요 아저씨? 지기라. 아이 미친. 슬라이딩 개멋있고. 아 비켜 이 양반들아. 다 빠르네. 인코스로 달려야 돼. 인코스. 아이 미국이 아니라 총도 못 쏘고 이거 씨. 저 새끼 왜 이렇게 날쌔? 따라가기 힘든데. 야 잡았다. 살인자를 시야에서 놓치지 않고 추적을 완료하세요. 뭐야? 아니 언제부터 이렇게 검은 옷이 많았지?
Too many masks. The murderer could be standing
이
there
중에서
watching me
찐 찾아야 돼?
and laughing.
Yes, Detective Locke?
The murderer got away. I'm coming back, but it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
그냥 놓친 상태로 끝나는 거야?
For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for the victim. He was already dead. I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what I can find while I wait for them.
난 또 진짜 찾아야 되는 줄 알았네. 이제 푸아로 시점으로 오네요. 이게 뭐야? 돈가방? 이 안경은
A pair of women's glasses. Was Ratchet planning a
여성용
new
안경.
identity?
어디서 봤던 안경 같았는데 아닌가?
There must be several tens of
수만
thousands
달러.
of dollars in this
야,
bag.
들고 잠적하자. 들고 잠적해. 근데 돈가방 놓고 왔다는 건 돈이 목적이 아닌 건가?
A bunch of keys. If, as seems likely, Mr. Wadi is a resident of Geneva,
제네바.
then one of these may belong to his home there.
와디즈 씨 집까지 찾아가나? 카드? 수첩?
Mr. Wadi's Swiss passport.
스위스 여권.
I'll see if I can find a match on the internet to confirm his identity.
23년이니까 푸아로 씨도 인터넷을 활용할 생각을 하시네. 와디즈, 스위스, 도시는 제네바. 연령은 뭐 좀 나이 좀 드시지 않았을까? 아지즈 와디. 결과 11개.
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth.
제네바라 그러지 않았나?
I do not think that's the
45이야? 좀 더 나이 있는 줄 알았는데.
That's the right answer.
신분증을 제대로 못 봐가지고. 다른 거 하나 더 있었지.
Various clothes in his suitcase. Mr. Wadi was obviously planning to leave this city.
옷이 여러 벌. 야 치약 칫솔 이런 거 하나도 안 챙긴 거야?
The victim was stabbed. Apparently the method of choice in this case.
칼에 칼빵을 당했다. 말고 또 뭐가 있을까? 근처에. 범인이 뭐 달리면서 흘렸다 그러지 않았나? 제 로크가? 뭐 흘렸니? 담 넘으면서 뭘 흘렸을 것 같은데? 여기 있다. 있네. 뭐야? 패스포드? 여권? 어? 레치세 여권 아니야?
A false passport
위조
with
여권.
Ratchet's picture. Clark, Ratchet.
또 신분 세탁하려고 그랬나 보네.
Now he will become Enrico Caldo. It appears Ratchet changed his identity as often as his socks.
신분을 몇 개로 바꾸는 거야? 배낭 속의 돈, 마인드맵. 암스트롱 사건에 몸가십시다.
Very well, I choose to go this way.
I'm sorry I couldn't catch the suspect, Mr. Poirot.
There is no need to apologize, mademoiselle.
아, 사과하셔야지. 그걸 못 잡다니.
I found some
상대방 가면도 써가지고
information
시야도 좁을
about
텐데.
Mr. Waddy.
Did you access the
그걸
FBI
못 잡아?
database?
Don't worry, my little gray cells were enough. However, the database may confirm the origin of these banknotes.
No need. I included them when I continued my investigation.
Excellent.
경찰 부를 필요도 없어. 지네끼리 그냥 다 수사하면 돼. 이게 뭐야? NA 215 02를 03G.
The detective gets it right.
아, 이거 하나하나씩 내가 다 찾아서 해야 되는 거야? 중복되는 거야? 21로 시작하는 거. 21 더 이상 없어. NA 21로 시작하는 거. 어? 뭐야 이거는? 이것도 뭐 관련 번호가 있는 거야? 이거는 뭔지 모르겠는데? 지표 어디 부분을 봐야 되지? NA 2151
Hey,
이거다.
I'm a pretty good detective after all.
이거다.
Score.
됐어.
One for the good guys. Mr. Poirot, it's part of the ransom money from the Armstrong case.
You are surprised?
I suppose not. So Ratchet had it in an account at the Banque du Lac.
It would seem so. He knew the
이런 식으로
serial
지폐
numbers on
추적이
the
가능하구나.
banknotes could be traced, and he could not spend it. So he stashed it there.
But now he's run low, something he didn't count on. He hopes enough time has passed so he can begin to spend the ransom money.
There is something else he didn't count on.
What's that?
He didn't count on you, Detective Locke, and your tenacity.
Thank you. But we are still left with a murderer on the loose.
But we progress. We know Mr. Waddy had an appointment with Ratchet. He had a bag full of money and a passport with Ratchet's photo, but a new name. What is your opinion about the passport?
레치스의 여권은 어떻게 된 거지? 또 한 번 모습을 감추고 싶었던 레치시 가짜 신분을 이용했다. 여권에 나온 신분이 레치스의 진짜 신분이다.
I discovered that he was arrested in Armenia for trafficking in stolen art. And was
한
supposed to be
방에
arraigned
또
in
갔다 왔으니까
January. Once again, he
또
changed
바꾸는
his
거겠지.
identity and vanished.
You are correct, mademoiselle. He also told me that he was threatened, and that threatening letter we found in his room was real. He had to disappear once again.
살인범은 왜 돈을 챙기지 않았지? 돈이 아닌 다른 동기가 있어서.
The bag isn't very big. He could have easily run away with it. If he didn't take it, it was deliberate. He wasn't interested in the
야,
money.
그래도
If the
수만
motive
달러에
wasn't
관심이
money,
없다는 건
it
좀.
means passion or revenge for motive.
So, Detective Locke, what do you think? Passion or revenge?
돈이 목적이 아니었어도 한 다발 정도는 들고 뛰어도 되지 않았을까? 원한 살인이다.
Revenge seems like an obvious motive to me. The murderer carefully followed Waddy from the fountain to the new meeting place despite Waddy's precautions. That is cold and careful.
Excellent. We cannot yet know for certain, but that is a sound psychological.
지금 푸아르가
analysis.
후계자 양성하고 있는 거 맞다니까.
We have an idea of the motive. It is the same motive as that of our 12 would-be
이 형사가 삭수가 좀 보이니까 얘 좀 쓸만하겠다 싶어가지고 후계자 양성하고 있는 것 같아. 살인범은 누구일까? 레칫의 살인범과 동일 인물?
I think Wadi's killer is also Ratchet's murderer. The motive for both deaths was revenge, and both are related to the Armstrong case through the ransom money.
Exactly. So our murderer is linked to the Armstrong case. The money is linked to the Armstrong case. But these glasses that I found in the bag, they must have something to do with this case too.
Wait, those glasses mean something to me.
수잔모로의 안경집에서 안경이 사라졌었거든요.
Wait, I know. I've seen these.
그
They
안경이
belong to
맞나 봐.
Susan Moreau, little Daisy's nurse. I remember seeing them in her bedroom, but they were gone.
근데 안경은 뭐하러 가져왔지?
I remember the press saying that the nurse had committed suicide.
I've always believed otherwise, and the glasses are proof that she was killed by Ratchet or his accomplice. He took those glasses. I always had a gut feeling, but now, Mr. Poirot, now I have proof Suzanne was innocent.
Yes, you do. But the question I ask myself is this. Why
그러니까
did
안경을 왜
Ratchet
가져왔지?
keep these glasses?
피해자의 전리품을 챙겼다. 가짜 증거를 준비하기 위해. 오두막에다가 안경을 갖다 놓으려고 했을 수도 있긴 해. 오두막에도 수잔모로 물건 많이 갖다 놓은 걸로 봐서는.
Ratchet used to leave fake evidence at the scene of his crimes to incriminate others. He did the same thing to frame Suzanne.
Possibly. But keeping an object belonging to his victim as a souvenir of the murder, that is the behavior of a fetishist.
그냥
Now that you
변태라서 갖고
mention
있었나?
it, in my investigation at the time, I had already found Daisy's hair clip in Ratchet's cabin, and now we find Suzanne's glasses in a bag for Ratchet.
Two objects from two
그러네.
victims of
증거로 쓸 거였으면은 증거로 쓸 일이 없으니까 이제
Okay, we
버렸어야지.
managed to clear up some of the gray areas. What now?
그냥 미친놈이었네?
The bag only contained a fraction of the $1 million ransom of the Armstrong case. The rest must still be in a secure place. I will make a wager with you that it is the Banque du Lac in Geneva where Mr. Wadi worked.
Wadi was also the keeper of Ratchet's secrets. They were killed by the same murderer.
Agreed. Well, there is nothing more we can do here except wait for the police. Prepare yourself for a long evening with the police. We have a lot of explaining to do.
And after that?
A visit to Geneva, perhaps?
챕터 9를 완료하세요. 아니요, 어림없죠. 직접 잡으러 가겠죠. 이거 도전 과제로 보니까 챕터 13까지 있던데? 13이 뭐 마무리 부분이라서 그냥 결말 설명하고 넘어가는 부분이라 해도 최소 12.
We just left the police station. We had to explain to the Italian police that we were not murderers.
What? Another murder?
I'll tell you when we're underway. Are all passengers and staff aboard?
Yes, everyone is here. We were waiting for you.
Excellent. Let's not waste any more time. We have to make a longer than usual stop in Lausanne.
What? How long?
Long enough to do a little banking in Geneva.
But this is madness. A 13th murderer of Ratchet?
Mon ami, he was not well liked.
But Monsieur Michel would have seen anyone enter Ratchet's compartment. And there were another 10 people milling about, taking their turn at stabbing him. How could they not notice an uninvited killer?
미셸은 왜 살인자를 보지 못했을까? 빈코부치에서 담배빵 하느라.
The 13th killer could have acted when Michel was smoking on the platform at Vinkovsky. But even after the train departed, Michel was absent from his post at the end of the corridor several times the night of the murder. I must know where he really was and when.
살인범은 아직 열차에 있을까? 근데 살인에 도가 텄나봐. 그 짧은 사이에 킬한 거 보면은. 살인범은 아직 열차에 있을까? 이거는 예일 것 같습니다.
Yes, he must certainly return to the train.
How can you be sure?
몰라,
It's
직감이야.
obvious. I mean, I hope Mr. Poirot agrees.
Please continue, Detective Locke.
뭐야? 범인은 베네치아 역쪽으로 도망쳤다. 이탈리아를 탈출하는 최선의 방법이 기차다. 모든 승객이 열차에 타 있다. 아, 첫 번째 가설처럼 찌르고 탈출한 건 아닌가 보네. 다른 한 명이 찌른 건가 진짜?
All the passengers and crew are still aboard. If the killer of Mr. Wadi had remained in Venice, we would have noticed right away that someone was missing, and we could have alerted the authorities.
I promise you, I made certain everyone was aboard before we embarked.
Book, calm yourself.
Calm myself? But we're back where we started. There is still another murderer on my train. Wait a moment. Can I change my mind about my verdict? Can we turn everyone over to the police?
Everyone? Including ourselves?
What? No. No. It's a nightmare.
나만 아니면 돼요.
Step by step, my friend. We can start by eliminating all of the members of the Ratchet jury.
배심원단이자 사형집행인 12명 빼고 대본은 아니잖아? 대본은 맞았나? 하드먼, 하버드, 맥퀸, 마스터만, 미셸, 슈미트, 올슨, 안드레니 백자 이렇게였나?
My little gray cells did not let me down.
If we eliminate the 12 jurors, we are left with 7 additional suspects.
7명. 그 중에서도 4명을 빼야지. 얘네 3명하고 의사 하나. 아 근데 의사도 지금 빼야 되나?
It's as if my beautiful train is cursed. Can you exonerate any
알지.
of the seven?
13번째 자상을 발견했다고 언급한 거 보면은 굳이 언급 안 해도 되는 거 언급한 거면은 용의선상에선 빼도 될 것 같은데. 너 일단 아니고.
Well done.
얘는 살인을 할 만한
Worked
깜냥이 아니야.
hard to
애초에.
get me aboard the train. He is definitely not a suspect.
너도 애초에 살인이 일어날 때 같이 있었고 같이 목격했고.
Mademoiselle Locke cannot be a suspect. She pursued Mr. Wadi's murderer.
콘스탄틴? 아니요.
Dr. Constantine alerted me to the 13th stab wound. He is not a suspect. That's the right answer.
I have 4 suspects left
4명.
who I must now examine more closely. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Maury, Monsieur Fauché, and Countess Andreni.
One of my employees? Suspicious?
All 3 got off the train in Venice to restock supplies. Any one of them might have slipped away without being noticed.
I suppose. But what
안드레니
of
백작부인?
Countess
야 걔가
Andreni?
달리기로 얘
Kill
이기겠냐?
herself?
She is cleared of the first murder, but we know little of her movements here in Venice. So, we still have 4 suspects to interview. Detective Locke?
I can't join you, Poirot. My chief saw something on the news about the case and my involvement. He's demanding an explanation. If I want to keep my badge, I have to
일자리는
follow him.
중요하지.
Then you must do so by all means.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I understand.
I'll make the call for my compartment.
그치. 살인범 찾는 거 중요하게 하는데 돈은 벌어먹고 살아야지.
I hate to say this, Poirot, but I must. There is, of course, one other suspect with a motive for murder. The ransom money.
You mean Detective Locke? Then who did she chase? Who killed Aziz? We both saw the masked murderer standing over the body.
공범일 수도 있지 않나 근데? 아니 애초에 12명이 공범이었는데 2명이 공범이지 못할 리는 없잖아. 벌컥.
Doctor, I need to question Countess Andrény.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Poirot. The Countess had an anxiety attack when we arrived in Venice. She was terrified the police would come for her and her husband, despite how you concluded your investigation. I had to give her a sedative. She has been sleeping since.
You have stayed with her all the time we were in Venice?
Count Andrény begged me to watch over her. I have not left this room.
You're the reason she's in this state.
Book voted to absolve you all. I accepted his verdict.
범죄자로 사면해줬더니 개지랄하네.
What she has already suffered, the strain of these last few days, it was too much.
I understand, Count.
뭐 깜빵 가서 수갑을 묶인 채로 발작을
I have
일으키고 싶은
the
거야?
answers I came for.
그나마 편안한 침대에서 누워가지고 좀 쉬게 해줬더니 이 녀석이 정신을 못 차리네. 하여튼 사람들 잘해주면 안 돼요.
Ah, Michel, I have a few more questions to ask you, if you will allow me.
Anything, Monsieur Poirot. We are in your debt.
베니스에서.
Please tell me your movements when we were stopped at Venice Station.
Once the compartments were cleaned and the linen refreshed, I stayed in my quarters.
Did you notice anything special? Comings and goings?
Monsieur Bouc had asked everyone to stay in their compartments. I would occasionally walk the train to ensure everyone was comfortable. Oh, I saw Monsieur Maury was all alone loading his crates of provisions. A great chef like that, reduced to petty labor, I would have helped him. But Monsieur Bouc had ordered me not to leave the train for any reason. So, Monsieur Maury was forced to labor alone.
혼자서 집을 옮겼다?
Let us review the actual timeline of the night of Ratchet's murder, not the one manufactured to hide your crime.
I left the train in Minkowski for a smoke. Then I resumed my post. That was the truth. The train departed on schedule. But then, of course, an avalanche of snow blocked the tracks. At 12:45, Madame Hubbard and I met in her compartment to discuss how to adapt our plan.
Due to the snow and Poirot.
The little play we had staged for you had to be rewritten. I left her compartment at approximately 1:15.
Then the curtain went up. Calls in the night, the red kimono, all for my benefit.
And all for nothing, as it turned out.
Do not blame yourself, Michel. I am the theater critic no playwright wants to see in the audience.
이 양반한테 뭔가 캐물을 만한 건 없네. 직원들한테 한번 가서 면담해봐야 될 것 같은데. 야마, 피아노 그만 쳐봐.
You play well. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. Many years of piano lessons thanks to my mother. I try to play in a few clubs in Paris when I get the chance, but as you can see, it hasn't made me rich. What can I do for you?
Conversation only.
베니스에서 뭘 했나?
Tell me about your time in Venice.
I had Monsieur Bouc's permission to see my sister. She lives in Marghera, just outside of Venice. She had a baby a few weeks ago. This was my first chance to meet my new nephew.
Monsieur Bouc gave you permission?
Yes, you can ask him.
Most assuredly, I will. What time did you leave and when did you return?
I left around 9:10 p.m. I was back by 10:45 p.m. When I got back, Hotaru was in a lot of pain. I gave him a back massage.
That would have been enough time to kill Monsieur Wadi and return to the train.
칼을 보고 싶군요.
May I see your knives?
Of course. They are here.
If you don't mind.
Help yourself. They are under the bar counter.
살해된 발언 한 일.
Tell me again about your poker game the night of the murder.
It's a regular game to help relax after a long day. Let's see, we started around 11 p.m. We took a short break in Minkowski, Hotaru, Pierre and I. The game finished up around 2 a.m. We'd all had quite a bit to drink. Ah, yes, I left for about 10 minutes to refrigerate champagne for the next day. That must have been around 1 a.m.
식탁 밑에 칼 넣어놨다고?
None of these come close to the wounds on either body.
멀쩡해 보이고. 근데 13번째 자상은 어딘지 안 알려줬나? 넌 또 먹냐? 이건 뭐야?
Saffron. It must be
샤프란?
worth a small fortune.
사프란 비싸지 않나 이거 가루?
Good evening, Monsieur Mori. May I have a moment of your time? I have a few questions to ask you.
Of course, as long as you don't mind if dinner
이
is
새끼가
ruined.
밥 가지고
Promise to be
협박하네.
as brief as possible.
베니스에서 무엇을 했나?
What did you do while we were stopped in Venice?
With Freya's help, I loaded fresh produce for the next part of our journey. Then, you may not believe this, but my job requires a lot of physical labor. My back suffers. Fortunately, Jean has become quite adept at separating my vertebrae.
칼.
As you may know, I have solved the murder of Monsieur Ratchet.
That is a shame.
I beg your pardon?
The bastard sent my steak tartar back, telling John I was to burn it.
I will add it to the list of his crimes. One wound on Monsieur Ratchet's body was struck by a very sharp, thin-bladed knife. We haven't found it yet.
You think one of mine was used?
I'd like to have a look if you don't mind.
만약 이걸로 찔렀으면 이걸로 요리하고 있는데 지금.
An impressive set of knives, but their blades are too wide to have been used for the crime.
넓적하다. 레칫이 살해된 밤에 한
Tell me about your poker game the night of the murder.
We started around 11 p.m. When John finished his shift. We played until around 2 a.m. From what I remember, it's a bit vague.
You played without a break.
Actually, we did break once for a smoke. John, Pierre, and I. When we stopped in Vinkovsky.
When was that?
Around midnight?
미드나이트 자정. 마지막 한 명. (301호가) 아니라 303은 어딨어 얘? 아 여기 있다. 솔직히 말하면 얘가 제일 수상합니다.
Good evening, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I talk to you for a moment?
Of course, Mr. Poirot. I'm not going to bed right away.
베니스에서 뭘 하셨죠?
Can you tell me your movements while we were stopped in Venice?
That'll be easy. I didn't move much at all. Let's see. I helped Hataru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hataru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent
절반이나?
over an hour on the phone with the supplier without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
칼을 보고 싶군요.
Dr. Constantine found a stab wound on Ratchet's body that was caused by a much thinner and sharper blade than the others.
Possibly a chef's knife?
My thought, precisely.
And you'd like to see my knives?
If you
그래
wouldn't
보여달라는
mind.
소리잖아.
I would gladly show you if I had any, but I don't. I use the regular kitchen knives. You may search if you don't believe me.
I see.
All the knives the staff use are in the kitchen or in the lounge, except
Except
Otaro prefers to use his own.
전용 칼이 따로 있어?
Monsieur Mori doesn't use the kitchen knives.
Not usually. I know he keeps a set of traditional Japanese knives in a box in his room. He doesn't let
사시미.
anyone else use them. Although now that I think of it, he has been using the kitchen knives lately.
사시미.
Can you tell me exactly about your poker game the night of the murder?
We started around 11 p.m. In Vinkovsky, we took a short break. Hataru and Pierre went outside to smoke. Oh, and Hataru got sick around a few minutes past 1 a.m. 1:10 a.m. maybe? He spent about 15 minutes in the bathroom, but he didn't want to quit on a losing streak.
Did his luck improve?
No, so we played to around 2 a.m. He lost every hand.
15분 만에 사람 칼찌하고 온 다음에 다시 카드 게임을 했다고? 조커도 그렇게는 안 하겠다 야. 조커도 사람 찌르자마자 바로 카드 게임하러 돌아가진 않겠는데. 부크와 대화. 허락을 받았는지.
You told
호시에게
Fouché
준
he
허락.
could go into Venice?
Marghera, actually. Not so far away. It was his only chance to see his sister. He's been working every trade for weeks. There is never time to see the new baby.
Enough, Book. Your heart does you credit, but your common sense, it...
I know. But it's fine. Isn't it? He did come back.
Oh, it's fine, as you say. Unless he saw the baby, then killed someone else and returned to the train.
But that's monstrous.
Murder is always monstrous, my friend.
I've talked to everyone, but some elements of the testimonies do not seem to correspond. I need to recheck a few things.
몇 가지 다시 확인해야겠다. 모리의 칼 살펴보기. 이거 모리한테 가야 되나 방으로 찾아가야 되나? 몰래 보러 가야 되나? 닐슨에게 반론하기. 야, 칼 보여줘봐. 사시미. 방에 가서 몰래 봐야 되는 것 같은데? 이 수사를 위한 거니까 참어. 어쩔 수 없어. 제 방 몇 호였더라? 301호였나? 심의 사심이. 어디다 숨겼니? 302호인가? 아, 니들은 왜 이렇게 퍼즐을 좋아하는 거야? 사시미도 퍼즐이냐고. 이 뭔데 근데? 무슨 모양을 만들어야 되지? 이건 뭐야? 문 자국이 있는데? 이게 뭔지도 모르겠네. 일단 다 다시 닫아봐. 아, 얘부터 닫아야 돼. 아씨, 얘를 닫으려면 얘를 닫아야 돼. 꼬여버렸다. 어? 뭐야? 꽃이 있는 부분들이 따로 있네? 잠깐만. 잠깐만요. 얘를 일단 치우고 얘를 잠깐만 다시 초기 안 돼? 원성 초기 안 돼? 초기야? 초기화 좀 해봐. 모르고 다 열어버렸다가 되돌리기가 힘드네. 진짜 어떻게 한 거냐고. 안 좋은데 이거 어긋나 버렸는데 이거. 얘도 열리는 거야? 위아래도? 얘 이렇게 당기고 쭉 당기고 이게 최대한 당기는 거 맞아? 다 원상복귀 해봐. 이게 원상복귀 된 건가? 아닌데 살짝 삐져나왔는데 불편한데. 이렇게 치우고 아니야 얘를 뭐야 안돼 안 움직여. 이거 안 움직여. 방금 얘 움직였는데 왜 또 이번에 안 움직이지? 아 얘가 치워야 되구나 얘를. 아닌데? 얘 왜 안 움직이지? 얘를 저쪽 뒤로 빼야 되는데 왼쪽으로. 그러면 얘를 빼고 살짝만 빼고 어떻게 돼 먹은 거냐 이거. 얘를 뺄 수가 없는데. 이거 상당히 그지 같군요. 얘를 위쪽으로 빼야 된다는 거 같은데. 얘는 또 뭐고? 잠깐, 아우씨, 야, 이거 모리 씨한테 부탁하자. 안 되겠다. 아 모리 씨한테 열어달라 그래 그냥 수사를 위해서. 살인 알리바이. 미셸 모리 포세는 빈코브치에서 내려 담배를 피웠다. 포세는 12시 55분경 샴페인을 냉장으로 갔다. 닐스는 비흡연자다. 미셸은 12시 45분부터 1시 15분까지 허버드 객실에 있었다.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
알리바이를 입증하는 요소 2개. 담배를 피웠다. 닐스는 비흡연자다. 닐스는 본 사람이 없다. 복도를 보고 있지 않았다. 1시 10분에 구토를 했다. 진짜 구토를 했는지 모른다. 12시 45분에서 1시 15분까지 허버드 객실에 있었다. 얘는 55분경 샴페인을 냉장하러 갔다. 셋 다 범행 시간은 충분하네. 그러면
Any of the three staff members had the opportunity to kill Ratchet when Monsieur Michel wasn't watching the hallway. That was easy.
닐슨에게 반론하기. 닐슨아, 또 구라를 치고 있느냐? 아, 이거 참 입만 열면 구라라니까. 구라치는 놈들 특징이 뭔지 알아? 범인이야 이 새끼야. 딱대.
Remind me of what you did when the train stopped in Venice.
No problem. I helped Hotaru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hotaru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier, without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
딱대. 호타루하고 같이 음식 상자를 실었다. 주문이 절반쯤 누락됐다. 1시간 넘게 통화했는데 허탕만 쳤다.
Mademoiselle, I believe you're hiding the truth from me.
What makes you say that?
그 포시의 진술이었나?
Monsieur Fauché did not see
그래.
you helping
혼자
Monsieur
옮겼다고
Murray.
He couldn't have.
했는데.
He wasn't there.
Indeed, Monsieur Fauché did not mention seeing Miss Nielsen or
그랬나?
Monsieur Murray.
미셸의 진술, 모리의 진술.
Monsieur Murray was loading crates of food on the train.
Yes, I helped him. You can ask him yourself.
It's true. Monsieur Murray told me that Miss Nielsen did help him.
미셸의 진술. 미셸이 말했어.
Monsieur Murray carrying the crates of food alone. You weren't on
아
the
맞아,
platform
미셸이 말했구나.
I did help Hataru.
the entire time. He carried so many crates, his back was sore.
Ah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, I'm guilty. I did leave him before we were finished. But I had to. There was no saffron he needed for a recipe. I volunteered to go into
아
Venice and get him
샤프란?
some. The
샤프란
Rialto
거기
market
부엌
would be
위에
open
올라가
late
있긴
because of the
했는데.
carnival. He gave me money. I knew we weren't supposed to leave the train, but I only wanted to help. Mr. Mori can confirm this. Ask him. I saved dinner.
요리 재료도 사면서 한 사람을 요리한 거 아닌가?
Oh, on behalf of my palate, I thank you. How long were you gone?
I left at 9:10 p.m. and was back with the saffron around 11. That's when I called my supplier for the
9시
items I
10분에
was
갔는데
missing.
11시에 돌아왔다고?
Miss Nielsen had almost 2 hours to buy the saffron, find a costume, kill Monsieur Wadi, elude Detective Locke.
와디를
and
죽인다면
make it
샤프라름으로
back to the train
양념까지
for a
해도 되겠다,
phone
야, 2
call.
시간이면.
Yes, it's possible that was enough time.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Nielsen. That is all for now.
Sorry again, Mr. Poirot. I hope you enjoy tonight's dessert.
디저트 맛있게 드세요. 퍽이나 맛있게 먹겠다 야 지금. 아 그거보다 이 칼 어떻게 하냐. 아이 어떻게 모리 씨한테 그냥 해달라 그래. 아 그 아저씨도 뭐 쫄리는 거 없으면 열어줄 거 아니야 그냥. 씨. 쫄? 뭐 숨기는 거 있어? 이거를 이 그지같이 막혀있네. 천천히 풀어, 약간 상자를 풀어 헤친다는 느낌으로 퍼즐을 풀어야겠는데. 이게 딱 기본 상태잖아. 얘를 뺄 수가 있어요. 그 다음에 얘를 뺄 수가 있어요. 얘는 좌우로 둘 다 왔다 갔다 가능한데 이쪽으로 뺀 다음에 얘를 이쪽으로 빼고 안 끄지나. 얘 살짝 이쪽으로 빼면 되겠다. 얘를 살짝 밀고 얘도 살짝 밀면은 여기 아래 걸 뺄 수가 있거든요. 아래 거 빼고 그러면 여기도 아래 거를 뺄 수가 있어. 얘 빼봤자 근데 의미가 있나? 일단 보류. 얘네는 보류. 얘를 이쪽으로 빼면은 이거를 열 수가 있어. 얘를 열 수가 있어. 뭐야 저거. 나온 판때기가 있는데 여니까. 그런 다음에 얘를 이쪽으로 보내고 위에 거 이쪽으로 보낸 다음에 위에를 이렇게 빼면은 얘를 열 수가 있어요. 그 다음에 가운데 걸 빼려면 가운데 건 어떻게 빼지? 이건 그냥 어떻게 빼도 안 되는 거 아니야? 가운데 거를 어떻게 뽑지? 그림에 딱 맞게 이렇게 연결을 해야 되는 거 아닐까? 아닌데 이쪽이 완성이 안 되는데 그럼. 아니 애초에 얘를 최대치로 빼봤자 이 정도인데 이 위에 걸 어떻게 빼야 될까요? 뭐에 딱 맞춰야 되는 건지 모르겠네.
It's still locked. I need to move the parts on the side.
옆면에 달린 조각을 움직여야 해. 그렇겠지. 어떻게 움직여야 되냐가 문제인데. 아 뭐야? 아 그냥 위에 거 땡긴 다음에 누르는 거네. 아이씨 밤. 아 뭐야? 그리고 칼도 아니라 고곡이잖아. 뭐야, 씨. 당했다.
An object that looks like
공명의 함정이다. 사시미가 아니었다. 당했다. 마가타마? 마가타마가 뭐야? 아 여기다 꽂는 거구나. 아 히오스인가? 히오스 아님? 찾았다. 얇은 칼. 뾰족하고 얇은 거. 요거 아니요?
Colteria Venezia.
베네치아. 됐다 됐다. 이 초코가 누구 건가 했는데 그 모리씨 건가 보다. 어? 뭐야 이거? 깃털?
A black feather. That reminds me of something.
응? 이거 그 아까 코스튬 입고 있는 거에서 떨어진 거 아니야? 이거를 놓고 한다고? 증거인데? 아 우리 푸아로씨 감이 없네. 이런 거를 안 챙긴단 말이야? 이거를 그냥 바닥에 놓고 한단 말이야? 증거인데? 모리에게 전용 칼에 대해 묻기. 다 알고 왔습니다. 보세요.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Mori, but haven't you forgotten something? You haven't told me about the knives hidden in your room.
Ha! Yes, indeed.
깜빡을
I
해.
forgot to tell you about those. They are my personal knives. I only use these knives. There are none better. I bought them all in Japan. No one is allowed to touch them except me.
건드렸어. 일본 칼이 아니지. 베네치아 모식이라고 써있는데 일본이 베네치아랑 뭔 상관이야?
I'm afraid you are better at sushi than lying.
What? What do you mean?
콜 머시기 어쩌고저쩌고 베네치아.
One of the knives has an inscription Coltelleria Venezia. Did you happen to go shopping tonight, monsieur?
Damn you, Poirot. Very well. One of my sushi knives has been missing since the night of the
하나가
murder.
없어졌다.
I thought you were going to believe I killed Ratchet. He routinely sent back my dishes to be ruined. Why does God give rich people the money to afford the best cuisine, but not the palate to appreciate?
칼은 내려놓고 얘기해줄래? 좀 무섭거든. 칼은 내려놓고 얘기해줘.
Good store in Venice. I went to buy a knife to replace the one that had gone missing. So I wouldn't.
푸아로도 바로 방어 준비 들어간다.
I assure you that I had nothing to do with any murders.
I would have an easier time believing you, monsieur, if you put that knife down.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
What time did you leave on your little shopping trip?
I left around 9:30 p.m.
11시
I was
15분.
back a little after 11. 11:15 p.m.?
Time enough to stab Monsieur Wadi and return.
Very well, Monsieur Mori. That's all for now. If I have another question,
I'll be right here, cooking.
근데 깃털이 저기 떨어져 있는 거 보면 직원 중 한 명이 범인인 건 확실한 것 같네요. 베니스에서의 알리바이. 베니스에서 정차하는 동안 와디를 죽일 수 있었던 사람이 누구인지 생각해보자. 3명 다 가능하다며. 아, 알리바이가 없는 사람? 세 명?
et voilà.
로크 형사에게 보고. 로크는 또 어디 있지? 전화한다 그랬잖아, 상사한테. 잘렸냐? 간복이냐? 근데 다들 살인 기술자인가봐. 12명이 다 같이 찔렀는데 피 한 방울 튄 사람이 없네. 무섭다. 이런 곳에서 수사를 해야 되다니. 전문 킬러들만 있는 곳인데. 형사 105호.
What have you been doing, Poirot? I am completely in the dark.
I will shine some light on the situation, my friend. I have 3 new suspects who could have killed Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Fauché, and Monsieur Mori. They all had periods of time during both murders to commit the deed, and their alibis are weak. A visit to family, and not 1, but 2 shopping trips.
But all are my employees.
Alas, yes, my dear book. But we have no proof against any of them. None of the 3 appears to have any motive whatsoever.
But this is a tragedy.
모리 씨는 범행 동기 있잖아. 음식
We
버린
will
거.
catch this murderer. There is still one place that may hold the evidence we need.
Geneva.
Exact.
Do not give up hope. Well, that's easy for you to say. But what if it's Freya? What becomes of dessert? If it's Sotaru, who will cook? Me? And the worst, if it's Jean, who will serve the drinks?
좀 뭐라는 거야? 그냥
I've been
고용해.
checking up on the Banque du Lac. I had to confirm my identity for Interpol, so they contacted my captain at the Berkshire Police.
I suspect he was not pleased.
That my vacation was actually an unofficial investigation? I'll say.
I would be happy to speak to him on your behalf.
Thank you, but he'll get over it. It's a chance to close the books on the Armstrong kidnapping. He stopped yelling, asked for a report, then granted me an extra week.
Excellent.
사실상 수사를 허락해준 거네.
It's had a bad reputation for over a century. Customers have included the mafia, Nazis, corporate swindlers of every description, even heads of state.
It is true, this. It is the worst kept secret in banking. They take advantage of the bank's strict policy of protecting the anonymity of its clients. This is in defiance of many laws from multiple countries, including Switzerland itself. Of course, I have never taken advantage of such a
수상하게 자세하게 한다 너.
That goes without saying, my friend.
There are ongoing investigations, subpoenas, court orders. The bank will eventually have to comply, or its assets may be seized. But until then, it still thrives, thanks to its wealthy and powerful clients.
It sounds perfect for the late Monsieur Ratchet. Do you have any ideas?
The serial numbers from some of the bills match those from the Armstrong kidnapping. We agreed in Venice that the bulk of the money must still be physically in the bank's vault.
I concur, Detective Locke. Exemplary work. So, our next task is clear. We need to get into Ratchet's safety deposit box.
There will be codes, passwords.
And Monsieur Wadi would, of course, have known them all. The bag of money he carried is proof of that.
We'll need to find information about Ratchet's box in Wadi's office at the bank.
Most assuredly, but Remember the secrecy involved. I doubt his office will contain all we need. Where else must we dig?
웹칫의 안전금고 정보를 어디서 알아내야 될까? 맥켄한테 물어보자.
But I'm never far from the truth.
1년밖에 안 된 니한테 알려줬겠냐?
was clueless about Ratchet's private business, especially with Aziz Wadi.
웹칫의
I
일기장.
must admit I'm not
이것도 아니야.
right this time. There was nothing helpful in Ratchet's diary.
와디의 아파트.
That's the right answer.
Mr. Wadi couldn't keep all of his secrets at the bank. Hopefully we'll find something in his apartment. We already have his address thanks to his passport, and his keys we retrieved from his body.
The train stops in Lausanne at 8 a.m. But that's far from Geneva. I can delay the departure until 11 a.m. No later. The police are expecting us in Paris by the end of the afternoon at the latest. They won't tolerate any delay.
The bank doesn't open until 9. I can see only one way that gives us a chance to be on time.
제네바까지? 배?
Ferries travel between Lausanne and Geneva, but it would take over 3 hours. We can't depend on finding a faster boat. Better to take a taxi and pray traffic is light.
기도맨 타러 가는 거야 그냥? 효율적으로 수색할 거면
The
갈라져야지.
best thing is to separate. One of us searches his apartment, the other searches his office. To access the safety deposit box, we need to find the key, the box number, and the passcode.
Suppose you find all this. How do you plan to get into the vault?
수색영장 안 될 것 같고 사칭도 더 힘들지 않을까 근데 사칭해보자.
We are going to use the bank's anonymity policy to our advantage.
And the quickest way is for you to impersonate Ratchet.
I would rather impersonate Jack the Ripper, but in the interest of justice, I will do it.
We need to find the account number.
Along with everything else.
I will say I want access to the vault. They don't ask for papers or even names. The vault information is enough.
I'm not hearing any of this. I run a train company. I don't rob banks.
Perfect. Let's recap the plan.
보자. 택시 타고 일단 제네바라고 하고 갈라져서 사무실과 아파트 수색하기. 그리고 렛칫의 금고 정보 찾고 은행성 만든 다음에 사칭하고 수색하기.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
To sum up, we're going by taxi to Geneva. Then we'll split up. You're going to search Mr. Wadi's
이걸 또
apartment.
순서를
I'll
나한테
search the
정리하라
office of
그러냐.
the bank. When we have all the information we need, you pretend to be Ratchet, and we can finally find out what Ratchet is keeping hidden in his safety deposit box.
It sounds impossible.
Not for Detective Joanna Locke and Hercule Poirot.
We should get some rest.
You are right, Detective. We face our greatest challenge tomorrow. Together.
9 o'clock.
택시
Our
타고 빨리
driver did
도착했네.
well. It took barely an hour to get here from Lausanne.
But we must conclude our business in 1 hour as well. Book can only hold the train until 11 o'clock.
1 hour to find the key of Ratchet's safety deposit box, the box number,
야 시간
and
개
its
빡빡한 거
passcode.
아니야? 2시간 만에 다 해야 된다고?
Indeed. Which is why we must split our forces. I will take the cab to Monsieur Wadi's address. You must search his office.
I have you on speed dial. And thank you, Mr. Poirot.
For what, mademoiselle?
For trusting me.
뭐시오? 그네? 이걸 보니 뭔가 페이데이 했던 게 기억이 나네요. 페이데이 때는 사람이 더 많았는데 은행에 사람이 이렇게 없어? 은행 파산했냐? 와디와의 미팅.
You there. I have an appointment with Mr. Wadi.
Let me check. I'm sorry, I don't see any
은행이
appointments
아닌가?
this
와,
morning.
사무실인가? 사무실?
Mr. Wadi hasn't even arrived yet. Although he should be here by now.
와디의 사무실에 들여보내주도록 직원을 설득하자. 조안나 로크 익명의 고객. 조안나 로크는 뭐야?
I'm Joanna Locke. I made an appointment with Mr. Wadi 2 weeks ago.
Madam, please. You must know in the Banque du Lac, all accounts are anonymous. Unfortunately, I cannot verify your identity.
뭐 은행 맞네.
Then you will forget I mentioned my name.
I already have.
Good. I'll wait in Mr. Wadi's
대단하구만.
office. I can't stand out here in public. If someone should recognize me, you understand?
Oh yes, of course. I'm sure Mr. Wadi will be here shortly.
말빨이
I can
좀
send
되네.
him right in when he arrives. His office is this way.
레치 씨한테 과거에 좀 당하더니 말빨 연습 좀 했나봐. 이제. 암스트롱 사건 때는 말빨 개 털렸는데. 여기야?
I can't understand where Mr. Wadi might be.
아, 죽은 거 소식을 아직 못 받았나 보네. 평생 기다려도 안 올 거다.
I don't have much time at all.
보자,
Time
시계.
is not on my side. It's
잠겼다고?
closed.
뭐가 들었길래 잠갔지?
Alice
이상한
in
나라의
Wonderland.
앨리스.
Again. Mr. Wadi seems to have really liked
그러고
this
보니까
book.
퍼즐 퀴즈 낼 때도 이걸로 했었지. 이피트. 아, 피트라니. 이피트 셋 저기 글자가 좀 진하게 되어 있네요. 273. 3월 토끼. 4 3734 37349 일단 3734 9 6 2 3734 9 6 2 뭐야 몇 페이지까지 있는 거야 이거 3734 9 6 2 책에서 나온 숫자들 다 합쳐봤을 때 그건데.
I need the password. Maybe
뭐야?
Poirot can help me.
허허. 3 7 3 4 9 6 2 M. 에이, 뭐야 이렇게 길어? 아씨 뭘 빼먹었는데? 아닌데? 273 아니다 237 빼고 233 233 4962 233 4962 233 4962 M 233 962 M 모자란데? 두 개나 모자란데? 저 7장도 그냥 넣자. 2733 27334 96인가? 27334 962 9가 어디 있었지? 아 저기다 9시 27334 962 M 27334 962 M 아니라고? 너 이상한 나라의 앨리스를 별로 안 좋아하는구나. 이 숫자로 했을 줄 알았는데 실망이야. 27 3 4일 뭐지? 사일 또 숫자가 9 6 2 뭐지? 저 진하게 칠한 셋은 상관없나? 2734 숫자만 본다고 생각했을 때 2734 962 그다음 M MM인가? 2734 962 MM? 아닌데 뭐지? 여기도 열쇠가 필요해? 아, 나 새끼 사무실 부셔버리고 싶네.
A souvenir tower of Babel. Makes sense. We know that Mr. Wadi is from Iraq, and the ancient tower is said to have been built there.
이건 또 뭐야? 무슨 문양을 보고 해야 되나? 이거는 또 뭘 보고 해야 되는 거지? 사진. 응? 회전. 아, 여기도 올리고 안에 뭐가 있나? 사막.
I'm taking a picture of it. I'll send it to Poirot. It might be useful to him.
뭔진 모르겠지만 찍고. 와디의 사진. 응? X 버튼을 눌러 푸아로에게 전화하세요.
I managed to get into Wadi's office. I did a quick preliminary search. Everything is locked, including his computer. All I could find was a photo with a date on it. I just sent it to you. Maybe you can use it.
Thank you. That might help. I've just arrived at the apartment. I'll call you when I find something.
As quick as you can. I can't stay here long.
아 뭐야? 여기서 컴퓨터 비밀번호를 알려줘야 되나? 아파트를 조사해서?
This is definitely not Monsieur Wadi's apartment.
와디 씨의 집. 여기다.
Ah, here we are. Let's see if the key I picked up in Monsieur Wadi's luggage in Venice will open his door.
아, 돌리는 건 좀 알아서 돌리세요. 이거 왜 저 이거까지 저한테 시키세요? 이러면 불법 침입은 아닌 거지? 정당하게 열쇠로 따고 들어간 거지. 화장실. 아 이제 변환이 가능한가 보다. 저 왼쪽 밑에 X 뜨는 거 보니까.
Another golden mustache to
수염. 골든 수염. 다트?
A dart. A familiar projectile found in any pub in England.
집기. 수집을 했는데 다트를? 이거 앨리스 원본인가? 광란의 다가해 7장. 아까랑 똑같은 페이지네? 근데 이거는 너무 오래돼가지고 알아볼 수가 없어. 똑같은 책이 뭐하러 또 있지? 어디서 앨리스를 얼마 좋아하는 거야? 12월 18일 오후 10시에 베니스에서 만나세요. 엽서로 구체적인 장소로 보내서 약속을 확정하게. 1865년 9판 88쪽, 91쪽, 94쪽, 96쪽, 98쪽을 보게. 8891949698. 이 새끼들 귀찮게 하네. 9판이면은 이거 말하는 것 같은데. 88 3명 91 그래도 한번 다시 와보자. 88 91 94였나? 9 93 94 95 96 6 9판이나 심판이나 근데 내용은 별다를 거 없을 것 같은데. 레치스의 안전공고 비밀번호 입력하기. 뭐야 이걸로 해야 되네. 응? 3 7 이거 맞나?
I do not think that's the right answer.
다시 몇몇이라고? 8891 이거 로크 쪽에서 보는 게 나을 것 같은데.
Mademoiselle Locke, how far along are you?
Still not very far, but I'm not giving
아
up.
빨리 변환해. 헛소리 하지 말고. 88 3 7 7장인가? 7로 해야 되나? 3이 아니라? 91 34 9 심판이랑 좀 위치가 다르긴 하네, 대사가.
Mr. Poirot, how are you doing?
I have little to report, but keep looking.
팔 8891 9496 98 98도 봐야 돼? 98이 아마 2일 텐데. 37 3769이냐?
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
37492?
No, not good. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
귀찮게 하는구만. 구판 기준이면 3이 맞네. 7장은 저쪽이니까 3이 맞네. 3 7은 필요 없지. 그러면 3434로 시작하는 것 같은데. 3469인가? 아닌데 3469이 아까 해가지고 틀리지 않았니?
I must admit I'm not right this time.
아 3496이구나. 순서 헷갈렸다.
That was easy.
네 기억력에 한계가 있어. 어쩔 수 없어. 회색 내서포는 숫자가 적단 말이야.
That may be useful to Mademoiselle Locke or me. I'll take a photo.
혹시 모르니까 찍어두고. 디셈버. 달력 안 바꾸냐? 이거는 뭔지 모르겠고. 체스판. 응? 뭐야? 문 안 열어주면 그만 아님?
A bizarre endgame to be sure, but I suspect checkmate is possible for white in 3 moves. Let's see.
백이 체크메이트 가능하다고? 저 킹인가 저? 체스판 사진 찍었어. 세수로 체크메이트 하기. 왜 하는데? 갑자기 체스를 왜 하는데? C7.
This is wrong.
안 돼?
But I'm never far from the truth. No, not good.
아 이거 퀸이었구나 이거.
Right.
폰인 줄 알았다. 그리고
Well done.
이동. 여기로 가야죠.
Fantastic. That's the right answer.
근데 왜 했는데? 체스 의미 있는 거야? 이거 그냥 도전 과제네. 씨 장난해? 야 1시간밖에 없다면서 체스 생각을 하고 있어도 되는 거야? 수사 대충 하네.
Staring at the clock won't help. Wow.
아 누구세요? 아 참 바빠 죽겠는데. 누구요? 어? 누구지 진짜? 사진에 있던 남자인데?
Who are you? What are you doing in there?
I am Hercule Poirot. I am working with the police. You are Monsieur Wadi's neighbor?
뭐야?
Yes, next door. I heard a noise. I thought it was Mr. Wadi who had come home. I don't
약간
know him
망설이는
very well. Delivery man
손짓을
left a
보여줬는데.
package for him with me.
너 이 새끼?
You don't know your neighbor.
같이
very
사진
well.
찍은 게 이
Yes, what
새끼?
of it?
사무실에 앱자.
How is it that Monsieur Wadi has a picture of you on his desk? There is quite a family resemblance. You wouldn't be his brother by any chance?
Why are you going through his things?
As I told you,
아
I am
묻는
working
말에나
with the
대답해.
police.
All right, yes. I'm his brother, Mehdi Wadi. Do you know where he is?
이 형 죽음.
I am very sorry, sir, but I have some terrible news for you. Your brother has been murdered. You have my sincere condolences.
Oh no. Aziz. My wife. My son. Their hearts will break. Everything he did was for his family. He brought us here from Iraq to give my son a better future. We can't go back. You won't. You won't.
Do not fret, Monsieur Wadi. I do not want to cause trouble for you and your family. I am here to catch his murderer. When did you last see your brother?
2 days ago. He was on his way to Venice. It was not a journey he was looking forward to. I knew something was wrong, but he promised all would be well soon. My son will be heartbroken. Aziz made a point of reading to Fadi every night so he could learn English. We hope to legally emigrate there one day.
Your son, Fadi. What did Monsieur Wadi read to him?
His favorite book is Alice in Wonderland. The nonsense of it all. Why?
It is
터무니없는
the answer
책이라니.
to a
동화 보고.
question I had. I believe your brother was a good man, forced for some reason to keep secrets, and that got him killed.
Sir, there is something else. Aziz left me a letter to open if anything should happen to
편지?
him.
Could you show it to me?
Yes, I will get it.
은행에 찾아서 나한테 불법적인 일들을 시켰다. 참혹한 시신으로 발견된다면 이 사람 짓이니까 경찰에 익명으로 신고해줘. 레치도 이미 죽었는데 근데. 레치의 안전경고 정보도 같이 넘기고 계좌번호는 82664. 뭐야 이렇게 쉽게 계좌번호를 획득한다고?
It all makes sense. It's horrific. But to Ratchet, it would be just business as usual. At least I have Ratchet's account number, 82664.
Thank you for giving me this letter. Let me assure you, the man Ratchet cannot harm you. He was killed before your brother was.
Really? Who did it? The one you say hunted Ratchet?
Yes, without a doubt. I promise you I will find them.
Sir, we have no papers. The police...
Your secret is safe with me, monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, I must go to my wife and son. Tonight, I will read to Fadi from Alice in Wonderland, and we will remember my brother.
빨리 가봐. 수사 더 해야
I need
되니까.
to notify Mademoiselle Locke that I have Ratchet's bank account number.
인물 메뉴를 완성하세요. 뭐야?
This computer won't give up its secrets easily.
야 컴퓨터 좀 고쳐라 임마.
A Swiss and Arabic keyboard.
스위스어와 아랍어가 둘 다 되는 키보드. 그런 키보드가 있어? 신기하네. 잠깐만 수사를 더 진행하기 전에 이거 못 참지.
I think this belongs here.
아 뭐야 맞추는 거 아니었어? 껴넣는 거였어? 뭐지? 만점은 못 참는데. 만점 안 되나? 이것도 뭐 점수 맞춰서 딱 해야 되나? 사자.
Staring at the clock won't help. Wow.
이건 또 뭐야?
This could be the password to Monsieur Wadi's office computer. He must change it every month. It seems to have a logical sequence, but I need to find the one for December.
이게 뭐지? 아랍어 숫자를 나더러 추론하라는 거야? 뭐지? 글자는 다 똑같이 꼬라박혀 있는데. (36107 0) 규칙성이 있는 건가 저게? 747 218 원줄표도 이거보단 더 규칙성 있겠다 야. 985832 509694 힌트 한번 쓰자. 각 줄은 논리적인 순서로 연결되어 있다. 각 줄을 봐야 되는 거야? 줄? 뭐지? (4) (8) 오케이, 두 번째 힌트. 숫자를 사선으로 읽어야 된다? 아, 아랍어는 대체 뭐야 그러면? 아랍어는 왜 있어? (3, 4, 5, 6 7, 8, 9 1, 2, 3, 4 7, 8 9 7, 8, 9 세 번째 자리가 9, 9 0, 1 두 번째 자리 1 네 번째 자리 3 땡 1 9 4 땡 1 9 3 모시기 1 9 3 그러면 첫 번째 자리는 돌려. 우리 푸아로 씨가 해결해 줄 거야. 첫 번째 자리는.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. If that's the password to the computer in Monsieur Wadi's office, we still need to translate the Arabic characters. And there weren't any Arabic characters on the office computer's keyboard. We need to find out which keys these Arabic characters correspond to on a Swiss keyboard with its Latin characters like the one in Monsieur Wadi's office.
라틴 문자 키?
That was easy.
노트북 저 밖에 있는 거 보고 해야 되나? 그러면? 돌았나? 잠깐만, 저거 그러면 종이를 다시 보고 싶은데 왔다 갔다 하면서 봐야 되는 거야? 귀찮게? 아 잠깐만, 이러면 나도 사진 찍어야지. 푸아로 씨도 사진 찍고 다니는데 나라고 그림판에 사진 못 찍는 법은 없잖아. 기다려봐. 아니 푸아로도 디지털로 일하는데 나도 디지털을 해야지. 자, 대조를 해봐야죠. 그러면은 첫 번째 동글 G에다가 위에다 눈 달린 거 R인가? R 같은데. R 하고 아 뭐야, 마우스. R하고 A하고 잠깐만요, 적어놔야 돼. R, A. 그리고 세 번째가 헷갈리네 저거. P인 것 같아요. P 쪽에 있고 RAP. RAP하고 그릇에다가 점 있는 거 F. 그리고 위에 점 2개 있는 거 J. RAFJ. 일단 로크한테 해보라고 해야겠다. 해보시오.
Ah, the peculiar habit some people have of displaying things on the door of their refrigerator. I've just sent a photo to you in case it might help you.
푸아로 무슨 술 취한 사람이 말하는 거 같은데.
Wonderful.
I believe I have discovered Ratchet's safety deposit box passcode.
We're almost there.
자, 이제 로크도 일할 차례죠. 푸아로 쪽에서 많이 알아냈다. 여기서도 해야 돼. R O A 193이라고 했나 내가? 1 P 9 F 3 J 5913이었나? R O A 9 P 1 F 3 J 아니라고? 이럴 수가. 이럴 리가. 비밀번호 그거 용지를 어디서 다시 보지? 여기 있나? 아 근데 예전 거밖에 없는데. 아씨, 포로씨 다시 바꿔봐.
Mr. Poirot?
I have...
뭔데? 아 이거를 다시 볼 필요는 없는데 내 그림판에 있는데. 키보드랑 다시 대조해봐. R R 맞고 그다음 A A도 저거 맞는 것 같은데. A 저거밖에 없는데. P 아이고 잘못 눌렀다. P 저거 맞고 J J는 맨 마지막이지. F F도 맞는 것 같은데 저거밖에 없는데 대응되는 게. 마지막이 J가 아니라 E네. 이 그래픽 도트가 워낙 구려가지고 저 두 개가 세 개로 보였네 저거. 씨. 야 로크야 다시 해봐라.
The man was still not.
5193이었나 근데 잠깐만요. 5193이 맞아. R 지워봐 5 A 1 P 9 F 3 2 아니라고? 아니라고? 어째서? 왜?
Help yourself, Joanna. You earned it.
왜?
It's closed.
아니란 말이야? 침착하자. 왜 아니지? R도 저거 아닌 거 아니야? 비슷하게 생긴 거 또 있는 거 아니야? 아니야, R은 진짜 저거밖에 없는데. T 아니야. 점 두 개여야 돼. 점 두 개면 R이 맞는데. 아니, 알아보래. 내가 왜 보고 있어야 되냐. 비밀번호를 알아내는데도 입력을 못하네. 아니지, 잠깐만. 그건가? 영어 알파벳에 따라갈 게 아니라 자판 위치를 따라가야 되나? 자판 위치를 따라가야 되나? 그러면 R O A 1 그다음 P 1 9 F 이 말이 안 되지 않나 근데? 자판 위치 따라가는 게? 아니지. 아 뭐지? 비밀번호를 찾았다. 나한테 말해달라고. 찾았다가 아니라. 왜 안 되지? 아니요. 아니라고.
This keyboard should help me translate this code.
엥? 아 이걸로 해야 돼? 아니 씨 뭐야? 잠깐만. R A P 아니 근데 이거 안 해도 저기서 입력했으면 맞았을 것 같은데 여기서 그냥 확실히 하고 가는 건가? 맞네. R A P F E 맞잖아.
So the password must surely be read that way too. With any luck, this
에이 설마 여기서 이거 안 했다고 저기서 입력이 안 된다고? 장난하지 마라. 뒤진다. 뒤진다 진짜.
That happens to me a lot.
아니 그럼 루크에서 비밀번호를 몰라 이러면서 입력을 못하게 해놓든가. 설마.
Did you receive my text? This must be the password to Mr. Wadi's computer.
I have it. Thank you.
R O A 1 P 9 F였나? F 3 2 예? 내가 뭐 또 다르겠냐? 방금이랑? 아 반대로 입력해야 돼? 뭐야 아랍어는 반대로 읽나? 재밌구만. 아주 재밌어. 라고 할 줄 알았으니까 존나 재미없네 진짜 씨. F 9 P다 P 1 그 다음에 P A O R 뭐 반대로 읽어야 돼 알아보는 참 나원 계좌나 8662 모시겠는데 계좌번호 82664 82664
The number of Ratchet's safety deposit box. At last, I should
드디어
let Mr.
찾았네.
Bravo know.
4346 근데 사무실에 수색할 만한 거 더 있는데 이거 뭐야? 이거 퍼즐도 집안에 있는 액자랑 관련 있나?
I was able to access Mr. Wadi's computer. I have Ratchet's safety deposit box number.
Excellent.
Excellent. 그림 하나. 근데 그림 저거 관련된 거 2개밖에 없는데 2개로는 뭘 알아낼 수가 있나 저거? 사자 모양. 여기는 옷장을 못 열어보네. 또 할만한 게 뭐가 있지?
Staring at the
이거는 사진 찍었고 부엌은 더 이상 볼 일 없을 것 같은데. 사막 사진.
Make certain you have accomplished everything in here. You will not get another chance.
화장실은 화장실. 로카. 나머지는 네가 다 해야 될 것 같다. 어떻게든.
Mademoiselle Locke.
아니다 이것도
How far
있구나.
along are you?
Still not very far, but I'm
저 다트 뭐 저것도 있네. 다트는 저거 어떻게 알지?
locked.
여기 열쇠도 필요하고 아마 열쇠가 저기 피라미드 안에 있지 않을까 싶긴 한데 저거 푸는 방법을 또 어떻게 해야지? 혹시 데칼코마니? 아닌데 데칼코마니 불가능한데? 힌트. 뭔데? 아, 저거랑 관련 있는 거야? 아, 사진 왜 보냈나 했더니 저거구나. 근데 저걸 보고 어떻게 하지? 푸아로한테 가서 봐야겠는데. 아니 어떤 새끼가 저 비밀번호를 집 냉장고에 붙여놓냐고. 바벨탑. 색깔이라고 생각하면은 빡세구만. 이렇게 하고 얘는 완전 빈 게 없는데. 뭐지? 쿨하게 힌트를 봅시다. 네. 아, 저기 누르고 힌트를 봐야지. 조사하기. 딱 이것만 뜨는데 밑에 거까지 한번 해볼까? 아, 잠깐만. 아, 자석을 보고 하는 거라고? 자석대로 맞추는 거라고? 아, 저 사진이랑은 걔 1도 관련 없고 그냥 자석 보고 맞추는 거라고? 동그라미 저 불알 두 짝 보고 저거? 저거였구나. 밑에 거 뭐였지? 아, 사진 좀 다시 보여줘봐. 네모 2개. 왼쪽 네모 2개. 이거였나? 아씨. 위에는 윈도우 하나, 가운데는 오른쪽 네모 하나. 이거 맞지 않냐? 오른쪽 창문, 왼쪽 네모 하나, 가운데 2개, 오른쪽 네모 하나, 왼쪽에 네모 2개. 오른쪽에 동그라미 2개인가? 뭐야? 아, 된 거구나. 아씨, 열쇠 진짜.
A key. I wonder if it will fit the desk.
얼마나 소중한 열쇠길래 씨. 나도 이런 거 있으면 하나 갖고 싶긴 하다. 나는 이런 거에다가 그냥 안에다가 아무것도 안 넣어놓을 거야. 열어본 사람 엿먹으라고. 뭐야? 연필? 연필에도 뭐 개수작 해놓은 거 아니지? 그냥 연필이지 이거는. 새끼들 도통 믿을 수가 있어야지 이거 이제. 아무것도 없다고? 어? 살짝 보이는데? 어 뭐야 이거?
Those indentations are from the sheet of the notepad
아
that was on
쓰면서
top.
뒤에 자국이
This is
남았나 보다.
great. All those mystery movies I watched as a kid. I know what to do.
얼마나 힘을 주고 그렸으면은. 연필이 아니라 색연필이 아이 색연필이었나 이거? 예쁘게 그려볼게요. 뭐 도대체 뭘 쓴 거야 근데? 뭐야?
I'll send a picture of this to Poirot.
어? 아직 다 그리지도 않았는데? 야 절반만 그려도 되나? 나중에 문제 생기거나 그러진 않겠지? 그 다음 또 안 한 게 뭐 있을까요? 여기 요 잠겼는데 이거는 뭐 열쇠가 있나 이것도?
I sent you a photo of doodles I found on a notepad. I hope it can help you.
I hope so as well.
그림 낙서를 보냈다. 근데 푸아로 쪽에서는 이제 딱히 할 만한 게 없는데. 뭐가 있지? 체스는 했고. 푸아로 뭐 퍼즐 풀 만한 거 있었나? 요건가? 낙서로 다트 점수를 뭐 해야 된다고? 아, 저 모양을 그려야 될 것 같은데. 동그라미가 기준이 어딘데? 요걸 기준점으로 삼아야 되나? 맞아? 저거 맞아? 아닌 것 같은데. 이게 각도가 안 나올 것 같은데 저거는 직선 각도가 안 나오잖아. 각도가 안 돼. 저거 아닌 것 같아. 다트 퍼즐 아닌 것 같아. 그럼 어디다 쓰는 물건이지? 다트 말고도 풀 게 더 있었나?
Make certain you have a keyboard.
화장실에는 수염 말고는 뭐 없었는데? 침실에도 뭐가 딱히 없고. 침대에 베개가 뭐 이렇게 많냐? 종이는 봤던 거고. 뭐요? 잠깐만, 다트가 6개지 총. 이게 하나 둘 셋 넷 다섯 여섯. 오른쪽 밑에 것까지 합하면 꼭 시점 7개 아닌가? 하나 둘 셋 넷 다섯 여섯 일곱. 7개니까 이거 다트 아닌 것 같은데? 뭐지 그러면? 아 근데 다트 말고는 건드릴 게 없는데. 이거 설마 사진에 있는 것도 알파벳으로 변환한 다음에 저거 찍어야 되는 거 아니야? 가능성 있어. 몇 개지 영어가? 아 내가 알아보도 모르는데 이거 몇 개인지 어떻게 하냐? 대충 6글자인 것 같긴 한데 대충. 아씨 사진 찍고 또 자판기 참 좋아하네. 자판기가 아니라 타자기. G 2칸 똑같이 R 길쭉한 짝대기 하나. H R H 아 더 쉽게 찾는 방법이 있다. A B C D E F G까지지. 저 중에 있겠지 뭐 글자들이. C D E F G 세 번째가 B라고 하고 맞나? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, G 다시 H 하면은 R, H, B, G, H 5개인데 이러면 글자가 5개밖에 안 되는데. 여섯 개여야 되는데. 아니 애초에 R이 들어가는 시점에서부터 안 되잖아. 맨 앞에 글자가 R인데 R이 들어가는 시점에서부터 아웃인디? 0709-2018 정신이 멍해지는구만. 야 이것도 힌트 있냐? 힌트 나오긴 하네. 아 이거는 힌트 좀 많이 봐야겠다. 이 다트판은 커피 테이블 위에 있는 체스판과 희한하게 닮았다. 예? 체스판이요? A의 8 참 D의 8 이런 말 하기 좀 그런데 뭔가 열차를 벗어나면서부터 뭔가 게임의 퍼즐 질이 뭔가 좀 요상해지는 것 같다. 열차를 벗어나더니 귀신같이 탈선하는데 퍼즐이. A의 7 비밀 번호가 왜 이런 걸로 돼 있냐고. 이게 맞냐고. D의 7 A의 6 A의 6 D의 5 아 뭐지? 이게 맞냐고. 체스판이랑 도대체 왜 이게 그 비밀번호야? 안전금고? 안전금고 비밀번호 또 있었지. 4346. 뭐 이런 컴퓨터 비밀번호까지는 이해를 하겠는데 체스판이랑 이 다트판이랑 연결시킨 거는 뭐야? 어? 이거 그 금고가 아닌가 보네? 잠깐만. 안전금고 3496둘 3496. 아 다시 어? 몇 자리야? 하나 둘 일곱 자리라고? 일곱 자리 뭐 있지 않았나? 아까? 일곱 자리 숫자 뭐였지? 안전금고 이거 아니었나? 저쪽이었나? 안전금고 비밀번호? 로크 쪽에서 봐야 되나?
Mademoiselle Locke, how far along are you?
Still not very far.
일곱 자리 숫자가 있었나 여기? 이것도 8자리인데 숫자가 일곱 자리 숫자. 이건가? 415360. 일단 다시 돌아가봐.
I
415368 샵? 맞네. 아 이거구나. 비밀번호 왜 이따구로 설정되어 있는지 모르겠지만 또 열쇠를 찾았네요.
It looks like a safe key to me. We finally found it.
Finally found it.
Make certain you will not get another check.
아직인가? 파트너에게 전화하기.
Good news. I have found the key to Ratchet's safe.
Perfect. We're running out of time. Do we have everything?
I have the key to the safety deposit box.
I have the number of the box.
And we have the passcode. I'm on my way.
은행을
Time
털러
to
가봅시다.
rob a bank.
그러지마 갑자기 페이데이잖아. 페이데이 되잖아.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't heard from Monsieur Wadi. You'll have to reschedule with him.
This is quite annoying. I'll have to
야 연기
reschedule.
그만해도 돼. 끝났어.
I hope I have been of service.
You have no idea.
시.
That was fast. We do this as planned?
Yes, I am Monsieur Ratchet. But with the bank's questionable policy, I do not expect anyone to ask.
Right. Absolute secrecy regarding their clients. The last Swiss bank of its kind.
들어가자. 묻지도 따지지도 않는다 이거지? 정보만 있으면.
Madame, I still haven't heard from Mr. Wadi.
Well, we'll have to make do without him, now that my friend is here. It's his box we want to access.
And the clock is ticking. I trust there is no problem.
No problem at all. May I have your safety deposit box number?
4346.
뭐야? 알아서 하네 이거는. 또 나한테 물어볼 줄 알았는데.
May I see your key? Do you know your passcode?
Yes. Mademoiselle will be able to accompany me? No names, of course.
Of course. I'll open the door. Go down the stairs. The guard will accompany you.
경비원 같이 가야 돼? 뭐 같이 가도 뭐 상관없겠지 뭐. 뭔 짓을 해도 별로 신경 안 쓸 것 같아. 지나가요. 지나가요.
Please leave your personal belongings in this bin and then go through the portal.
뭐 핸드폰 같은 거 놓고 가는 거야?
I'll open it for you.
보자. 4346 아닌데 43 몇이었지? (4346) 맞잖아. 4346 4346 여기다.
At last we reach our goal.
어? 키가 왜 두 개야?
Now I will insert my key, if you allow.
Thank you.
아 이쪽에서 관리하는 키랑 내가 갖고 있는 키 하나씩 따로 있는 건가? 아 맞네 맞네. 은행에서 하나, 내 거 하나. 그리고 비밀번호. 안전금고 3496둘 여기서 쓰는 거구나. 3496둘. 오케이 완벽해. 실수 없이 의심받을 일도 없이. 어? 레칫 예전 사진.
I'll be by the door should you need any assistance.
At last.
I suspect the effort will be worth it. This collection of various personal items. Do you know what they are, Detective Locke?
I do, Mr. Poirot. God help me, I do.
밑에 현금이 빼곡하게
The
들어있네.
trophies serial killers take from their victims to remind them of their kills. Ratchet wasn't just a kidnapper.
No, indeed. He was a monster.
이거 다 납치한 사람들 거야? 라이터.
For every soul Ratchet claimed, even more are suffering.
완전 찐 변태였나 보네.
Diamonds.
다이아몬드?
Fortune. Crime does pay.
No, mademoiselle. This time it was the criminal who finally paid.
차키.
I wonder who this keychain belonged to. Certainly not Ratchet.
The one on the left. Ratchet.
Whoever he is with, their friendship seems over.
The build. The hair. It could be Noah, his partner in Daisy's kidnapping.
It appears they had a falling out.
그래도 사진 갖고 있는 거 보면 미운 적은 들었나 봐.
Another bracelet.
아닌가? 긁어놓은 거면 그냥 전리품인가 저것도?
And then there's the one that we already found, Suzanne's red glasses.
돈.
He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced. The rest of the Armstrong ransom money. The serial numbers match.
절대 반지?
MC. The real journalist Michael Clark. Ratchet would have needed to kill him to assume his identity. He took this ring as his trophy.
Another victim.
많이도 죽였네.
Another trophy. A woman. We may never know her name. You were lucky, mademoiselle, when you met him at that cabin in the forest, alone.
How many victims do you think Ratchet had?
Too many. Another trophy. We may never know how many people he killed.
4 years of investigation. It's all over. I finally have the last piece of evidence that Ratchet was Daisy's kidnapper and murderer.
More than that, you have helped unmask a serial killer responsible for so many deaths.
But even with all this,
그래서 레치찔은
we're no
13번째 범인은
closer to
누구냐?
solving Ratchet's murder.
On the contrary, mademoiselle, everything. It is coming together. Don't you agree, detective?
What?
The damaged photograph.
It could be Noah. You think Noah killed Ratchet for revenge?
The train.
What about the train?
I know how a killer could vanish without leaving a trace in the snow.
Wings?
Camouflage. The trophies.
Camouflage.
Poirot? We have a train to catch.
뭐지? 나는 모르는데 포아로 혼자 뭔가 깨달은 듯한 느낌이야.
We have a murderer to catch.
Poirot, enough! You have kept us in suspense ever since we left Lausanne.
Forgive me, my friend. Detective Locke and I needed the time to put the last pieces of the puzzle.
생각해보니까 근거 있던 돈은
I'll
그럼
fill
어떻게
in
된
where I
거지?
can,
가져왔나?
but this is Mr. Poirot's show.
I confess I can't help, but I feel a certain déjà vu.
You are correct, Doctor. We have been here before. However, without you, we wouldn't have been able to reach the true conclusion of this story. My friends, your attention, please. I hope you have finished your dessert. You have every right to think the solution to the murder of Ratchet is a closed book. You are wrong. I, Poirot, admit that I was wrong. There is a final chapter.
What in bloody hell?
What does he mean?
다들
Perhaps if we
불안해한다.
are silent, Monsieur Poirot will explain.
Most of us naturally expect a journey by train to proceed in an orderly fashion from station to station. But this journey has gone off the rails. A comfortable journey, which should have been restful, turned out to be quite a challenge for my little grey cells. I beg your indulgence. I know it will be painful, but I must update you on the strange turn the Ratchet murder investigation has taken. I had 2 hypotheses, as you recall. A stranger boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then exited the train unobserved. That was the first possibility. The second solution gave us 12 jurors who condemned Ratchet to death for the kidnapping and murder of Daisy Armstrong. My friend, Book, properly chose the
일단
first solution.
니들 사건은 덮어놓겠다.
However, thanks to Dr. Constantine here, a 13th stab wound was discovered, throwing that solution into disarray. Moreover, the words of a witness called into question the chronology of the night of the murder upon which the first 2 solutions were based. Detective Locke?
살인이 벌어진 밤에 있었던 일들의 의혹을 제기한 증인? 누구였지? 미셸은 그냥 가만히 있지 않았나? 북한이어서?
Mr. Book's testimony
그래?
confirmed that the murderer was still on the train up to Venice. That's all.
Michael admitted to having been absent several times during the
Michel.
night. His absence therefore gave multiple opportunities for a 13th murderer to slip into Ratchet's room before the other 12 jurors lined up to stab him.
You are saying the man Ratchet was when we...
Yes, you executed a man who was already dead. But there were other suspects that night.
Other suspects? Who?
They stand before you. Mr. Fauché, Mr. Maury,
이
and
새끼들
Ms.
연기
Nielsen.
잘하네.
And
너희
they
셋 중
all
하나는
also had a
살인
hole
범죄
in their
새끼들아.
stories about their movements that night. Mr. Poirot?
Most of you don't know it, but there was a second murder in Venice.
Mein Gott, another murder.
The victim was a man named Aziz Wadi, a banker in Geneva who was on the payroll of Ratchet. He looked after the money Ratchet obtained from the Armstrong ransom. Ratchet needed money and arranged to meet Mr. Wadi in Venice. One of these three knew about that money. Now, each of them had an alibi of a sort. But if any of their alibis was a lie, that person had time to murder Monsieur Wadi, Monsieur Fauché, Mademoiselle Nielsen, and Monsieur Maury. One of you murdered Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi.
Are you kidding? I pour drinks for our guests. I don't murder them.
It's nonsense.
You are accusing me
12명
because of
상대로는
my knives?
But why would one of my
적대적으로 안
employees
나오면서 왜
kill
한
Ratchet?
명한테는 이렇게 적대적으로 나오냐. 13번째 살인자의 동기가 데이지의 죽음인가? 별도 아닐까?
The killer's motive for killing Ratchet was revenge, but not for Daisy's death. The motive for Aziz Wadi's murder was also revenge. Mr. Wadi was helping Ratchet.
Ratchet had an accomplice in the kidnapping named Noah. They kidnapped Daisy together. Ratchet stored the ransom money in a Swiss bank that protected anonymous clients. He forced Monsieur Wadi to watch over the money. Once enough time had passed, Ratchet felt it was safe to have Monsieur Wadi bring him cash whenever Ratchet needed it.
The serial numbers of the bills would still be in a file, but no one would be actively checking it.
Precisely. But Ratchet didn't just keep the ransom in his safety deposit box. There was something much worse. There was something much worse than Daisy's ransom money in that safety deposit box. During her investigation, Detective Locke found evidence proving that Ratchet was what is known as a trophy killer. He kept souvenirs of his crimes. We found trophies in the safety deposit box. There were others in a cabin Ratchet used in the Berkshire Mountains, including a beloved toy of little Daisy's.
If I'd have known that, I would have cut the bastard's head off.
그래서 범인은? 레칫의 살인의 동기를 제공했을 만한 물건 2가지 요거하고 또 하나는 뭐지? 베스트 프렌드?
I must admit I'm not right this time.
미첼 클락. 둘 다 노아에 관련 그거였나? 아니지. 미첼 클락은 기자였잖아. 이게 뭐야? 뭔 내용이야? 무슨 영어인지 모르겠네.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. This is wrong.
저거 아니야 근데?
But I'm never far from the truth.
지폐다발. 이거는 암스트롱 사건 때 돈다발인데? 가죽 팔찌. 아, 팔찌인가 보다. 저기 팔찌 사진에 껴져 있구나 이게.
That's the right answer.
The bracelet found in the safety deposit box was also on Noah's wrist in a photograph. It's obvious Ratchet killed Noah, and therefore, at last, I can tell you with absolute certainty who the murderer of Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi is.
누구지? 난 모르겠는데. 너 이 새끼 팔찌가 너니? 얘인가? 아 근데 너무 당당하게 팔찌를 보여주고 있는데. 아 얘 손을 감추고 있어. 아 얘 손 보고 싶은데.
Mademoiselle Nielsen has the same bracelet as the one found in the safety deposit box in Geneva. A trophy from a victim of Ratchet. Noah.
Having a similar bracelet doesn't prove anything.
Yes, that might be true. If there were not an inscription on it.
Mr. Poirot, you're right. The bracelet looks similar to mine, but I have no idea what the marks on it mean. I just like the design.
The marks are not random, mademoiselle. These are special bracelets. They are called Morse code bracelets. Because, well, you know why. The marks are Morse code. Happily, I learned Morse when I was a young man doing my service for the Belgian army.
내가 모습으로 어떻게 하냐. 잠깐만. 어디가 시작 지점이지? 여기. 세 칸. 요거 하고 그 다음에 R 2개. 요거 하고 그 다음에 잠깐만 R 돌리기가 한 칸짜리도 있나 이거? R 하나짜리? 아 R 하나짜리 있네. 길쭉한 거 하나에다가 짧고 길게 하나 됐어. 뭐 뜻이지 이거? 풀해자?
That was easy.
On the bracelet found in Ratchet's safety deposit box was the name Freya in Morse code. Your first name
프리저인 줄 알았네.
belonged to your father, Noah. Noah Nielsen. Let's stop playing this little game, mademoiselle. What does yours say? Noah?
It says father. Ratchet. That bastard. He kept my father's bracelet as a trophy.
Thank you. I have to admit your timing for Ratchet's murder was perfect. Do you mind if I continue?
Would it matter? Go ahead. You've earned the right to crow.
I do not make bird sounds.
뭔 소리야? 좋아서 하는 거면서.
I take no pleasure in this.
사건 맡았다고 좋아할 때는 언제 가지고 그냥.
You drugged Ratchet's dessert to ensure he would be unconscious when you went to his room. You stole a knife from Monsieur Maury. If it was identified as the murder weapon, he would be accused. You knew Pierre Michel would leave the train for a smoke whenever it was stopped at a station. At Vinkovsky, you waited until he was on the station platform. Then, you carefully made your way along the first-class corridor to Ratchet's room. You entered Ratchet's room with the passkey. accessible to all employees in the crew quarters. You stabbed Ratchet at midnight.
But that knife, where is it?
Probably thrown out of Ratchet's window
네
before
칼 못
the
찾아.
train left the station.
찾는다 해도
A
어차피 요리로 못
thorough
쓰잖아.
search after the
요리하는데.
snow melts should turn it up.
My beautiful knife.
Then you carefully returned to the crew quarters, replaced the passkey, and returned to your poker game. Et voila. The affair was not so complicated in the end. But what made the crime seem more complex? Well,
요놈들이 12방이나 찌르는 바람에 씨.
exactly. The 12 jurors who proceeded to carry out their far more complicated plan literally in the dark without realizing that the man was already dead.
Speaking only for myself, of course, but I believe we would have invited you to join us.
Ms. Nielsen, you killed
이제
Ratchet
죽인 걸
because he killed
숨기지도
your
않네, 이
father.
녀석들.
Your motive is crystal clear. But why did you kill Aziz Wadi?
그러니까
It's
아지즈는 왜?
because of Aziz that my father died. My father knew Aziz was the only one with access to Ratchet's safe, so he convinced Aziz to steal the money from the safety deposit box. But Aziz was too afraid of Ratchet. Instead, he betrayed my father by reporting him to Ratchet. Obviously, Ratchet then murdered my father. Aziz was just as guilty of my father's death as Ratchet.
Ratchet was the worst of humanity. But Monsieur Wadi, if you knew his story...
My father is dead because of him.
I will not debate the point with you, mademoiselle. He had done nothing to justify his death. I do not see any extenuating circumstances that should allow you to escape justice. You will be arrested at the Gare de Lyon when we arrive in Paris.
Judge and jury, are you, Monsieur Poirot? And you get away with it. It must be nice. But think of this.
그러니까 얘가 그냥 불면
I know
끝나는 거
what you
아니야?
did. What you all did.
She's right. She could turn us all in.
Relax. Hector, is it? Your secret is safe with me. I'm not going to
이제
jail.
대놓고 배짱 부리네.
Farewell, Poirot. Enjoy your victory. Stop.
뭐야 여기서 뭐 뛰어가지고 뭐 어디로 가려고? 뛰어가자.
No, Freya, don't jump. You're going to die.
I've made my choice. We'll let fate
뭐
decide.
몇 자리 알아보냐? 왜 한 번에 안 뛰어? 어이구. 그냥 자살해버리네? 너무 급발진한 거 아니야? 그냥 뛰어내린다고?
She jumped off the train. Even if she hit the water, considering the height, I doubt she survived. And with this tunnel, either way, she's gone, Poirot.
왜 다들 기뻐해? 덕분에 범죄 안 밝혀지겠구만. 게임 완전 고봉밥이긴 하네 근데. 이 원작 소설도 한번 읽어봐야겠다. 근데 나는 원래 내용은 좀 궁금하긴 하네요. 게임 내용은 많이 각색한 것
I
같은데.
still can't believe what happened. 13 people took revenge on the same person. This investigation
야
is
기차에 탄
so
사람이 13명이지
incredible.
할 사람 더 있을지도 몰라.
It almost looks like a detective story.
It would surely be a bestseller. It is true that this case will remain as one of the most important investigations of my career.
My only regret will be that I couldn't bring Ratchet to justice, but I can finally close this chapter of my life.
Your determination paid off. You can be proud of yourself.
I think we'll be arriving in Paris soon.
If you will pardon me, Detective Locke, I have to settle a few details with Monsieur Bouc before we arrive.
Please, go ahead.
부프는 할 얘기가 있나?
I still can't believe Freya was the killer. She never even cheated when we played poker.
She used too much sugar.
Nonsense! Her desserts were divine!
Unfortunately, her actions were
내가
not
죽기 전에 레시피 받아놔서 다행이다.
There you are, my friend.
디저트 레시피 영원히
I
못
have a
받을
favor
뻔했다.
to ask.
Anything.
When we arrive in Paris, will you speak to the police? I would rather keep a low profile.
But why?
Book, my first solution was incorrect.
Nonsense. The nuttier the mystery became, the greater your brilliance.
Please.
귀찮으니까 그냥 휘말리기 싫은 건가?
If you insist.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service. The cuisine. Under difficult conditions, you surpass the reputation of the Orient Express.
That is true. I look forward to seeing you again abroad, Monsieur Poirot. I promise, not all of our trips are this eventful.
Princess Dragomirov would like a word with you, Monsieur Poirot. It is important. She is waiting for you in her compartment.
When a princess summons me, how can I refuse?
뭐 이제 와서 할 얘기가 뭐 있다고. 그럼 얘들은 결혼하겠네 이제.
Ah, Mademoiselle Debenham et Captain Arbuthnot. Allow me to congratulate you on your upcoming nuptials.
그럼 원래 죽어있던 시체를 찌른 거니까 얘네는 결과적으로 살인은 아니네.
Thanks to Mr. Poirot, there
시체
will
훼손일
actually
뿐.
be a wedding.
As you say.
시체 훼손도 뭐
Sorry
죄가 아닌 건
about that,
아니지만.
and thanks for everything, including finding my train ticket.
근데 왜 처음부터 비밀 연애를 했지? 무슨 학생들도 아니고 무슨. 엘리베이터에서 마주쳤을 때부터 모른 척했는데 서로. 왜 그랬지? 비켰나?
Count Andrigny, how is the Countess?
Much better now that it's all over. I misjudged you, Poirot.
And I you.
There is something else about my wife you should know. Why I am so overprotective.
She is pregnant.
You are quite the detective.
Actually, Dr. Constantine told me. She admitted as much when he was attending to her.
If it's a girl, we're going to name her Daisy. If it's a boy,
Hercule,
he'll be stuck with Rudolph. It's a family tradition.
I wish you and all of your
자기 이름으로 지었자고 기대했어.
Thank you.
하지만 어림없지. 가문의 전통을 따른다. 이건 내 방. 여기였나?
My daughter, my great friend, and I wanted to talk to you one last time. I speak on behalf of the entire Armstrong family, as well as those close to us. You have shown compassion. We know your reputation, and we understand that your choice was not easy for you. We are all the more grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations, my dear. You managed to
아니
say
몰랐는데
the
근데
word
할머니 저 왼쪽 할머니 너무 가슴 파인 옷을 입고 계신 거 아니야? V자가 너무 파여 있는데.
You should know that I regret
저게
nothing.
패션인가?
If this Freya Nielsen person had not been involved, I would have done it again.
Someone told me the Stalinists were frightened of you. I believe them.
The country of my birth breeds its share of brutes and bullies, but also some of the greatest intellectual and artistic minds the world has ever known. I pray that one day we will again be remembered for that.
I share your hope, Princess.
And of course, with the real murderer of that man out there somewhere, we are no longer guilty of much. Correct?
Princess, don't push your luck too far. If you'll excuse me, I have some packing to do. Ladies?
그냥 에르킬 푸아로가 인정으로 봐준 건가? 이 사람들을? 사건이랑 고려해가지고. 원래 이런 캐릭터인가?
At the end of this investigation, I still have my doubts.
뭐?
Did I make the right choice with the 12 self-proclaimed jurors?
옳다고 할 수 있는가? 법적으로는 사실 아니오긴 하지. 근데 어차피 붙잡혔어도 사형 당했을 거니까 배심원죄로 대신 그냥 사형을 빨리 집행했다 칩시다 그냥.
Yes, it was the right thing to do.
이왕 결정 내렸으면 그냥 잘했다 하고 넘어가야지 뭐 어쩌겠어.
As for Mademoiselle Nielsen, what would I have done if she had not escaped?
닐슨 체포했을까? 난 이왕 했으면 그냥 1+1으로 같이 이왕 할 거면 깔끔하게.
Crime was committed. By letting all those responsible go free, I am no longer just a
나 풀어준다 선택하지 않았냐? 잘못 선택했나?
This question will haunt me.
이거는 근데 딱히 의미 없는 선택지 같아요. 그냥.
Judges often take motive into
안 뛰어내렸으면
consideration
솔직히
when
선택지 있었으면
deciding
그냥
the
놔줬을
sentence
텐데
of crime.
너무 급발진하는 바람에 뭐 어떻게 할 겨를이 없었어.
Your job is to establish the facts, which you have done. The case has been solved. Another already awaits you. It is the reason you were on this train. It is time. Time to move on.
음. 23년도에 이런 특급 열차라니. 뭐야? 야, 다들 인사들 박아라.
I hope you will travel with us again, Monsieur Poirot.
운전기사였지.
Monsieur Poirot, I spoke with my associates. I convinced them to give you a deal on our new Firenze SUV. No need to thank.
모델 가격?
It's the least I could do.
That is very generous.
모델 가격이면 뭐 얼마야?
I do not drive.
You don't? What? But it's electric. It's good for the planet.
I am good for the planet, as long as I don't drive.
I don't understand. He refused.
차 따위 그지라고? 너희는 뭐 결혼 잘하시고 아까 대화 안 왔으니까.
Have you lost something? May I help you?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, you have done so much already.
What is it you have lost?
My friends, we are traveling to Poland to help with children. We were to meet at an information booth. But where do I get information on how to find an information booth?
There is, I believe, an information
영부원한테
just
물어보면 되지
inside
무슨.
the main terminal.
Oh, thank you, sir. You are a great detective.
And you, madam, are a good soul.
이렇게 멍한 사람이 어떻게 사람을 찔러지?
I will miss this train.
탐정.
Hey, Poirot. Say, you seen a scruffy little guy in a green trench coat?
I cannot say I have. Why?
He's my next case.
Another case? That was indeed fast.
The detective's gotta eat. You know
열차
what I
안에서는
mean.
아무것도 안 주지.
Have some idea, yes.
Suspected embezzler, traveling east, but not on the Orient Express. Say, you wouldn't be interested in teaming up, would you? Some good money in it.
I have had enough of trains for a while, thank you.
Okay, suit yourself.
얘들도 대화했고. 얘네는 레치 운전기사하고 비서.
Mr. Poirot, Mr. McQueen here thinks he may know an attorney in the Berkshires who might need a gentleman's gentleman.
He's old school English. I think the clock stopped for him in 1934.
I hope it works out for you, Monsieur Masterman. What about you, Monsieur McQueen?
Well, back to law school for me, following my father's footsteps. We can take the train to St. Pancras, then the Piccadilly line to Heathrow and check out some flights.
Might as well. We're already packed.
I wish you both bonne chance.
이제 다 각자 갈 길 가네요. 로크한테 말 못 꺼내.
Ah, Poirot. Mission accomplished. I have reported to the police that Freya Nielsen killed Ratchet and that she escaped. They're issuing an international arrest warrant. There's a canal that runs alongside the tracks where she jumped from the train. But they say there's little chance she survived. The police have questioned
달리는
all
기차에서
of the
뛰어내렸는데
passengers
어떻게
and
살아?
crew. So for now, they are free to leave.
I gave them the results of my preliminary autopsy, and they have the report from the Venetian authorities. They were arguing about jurisdiction when I left.
Thank you, Doctor. You have been of inestimable help.
A fascinating case. I'm pleased I could assist you.
Mr. Poirot, it seems our paths part here. It was an honor and a pleasure to work with you.
And I am with you, Detective Locke. The case would have been impossible without your tenacity and dedication to finding the truth. You also proved to be an able con artist in Geneva.
You too. Thank you for everything. I'll never forget you.
And I shall always treasure our collaboration.
Well, that's that. I'm hungry. Let's go to the Wagon Rouge restaurant. They make an excellent leg of lamb.
But it's only 5:34 p.m. Is food all you really think about, my friend?
I'm the one inviting you. You've well deserved it.
I'm warning you, I'm not going to obtain for you a secret recipe this time.
Poirot, they make a chocolate mousse that is so creamy. It must have a secret ingredient in it.
The last recipe came from a murderer.
죽은 사람이 준 레시피인데 잘도 얘기하고 있네. 진짜 끝인가? 종점입니다. 모두 내리십시오. 진짜 끝인가 보네요. 크레딧 다 보면 뭐 있나? 크레딧 넘어가는 속도 왜 이렇게 느려? 이게 속도 증가 느리고 있는 건데 느낌이 시리즈로 나올 것 같다고요? 또 나올 만한 게임으로 나올 만한 게 있나? 소설로 해가지고. 그리고 아무도 없었다 같은 그 소설은 공포 게임으로 나오면은 좀 재밌을 것 같은데 추리 게임으로보다. 그런 건 공포 게임으로 못 나오나? 유니티로 만들었네요. 뭐가 있다. 어둠 속에 나 홀로. 뭐야? 디저트? 어디서 우편물이 왔어?
Dear Poirot, I didn't really have time to say goodbye when we parted. I
뭐야,
thought I'd
살았어?
be the greatest detective in the world. But you unmasked me. I still had my revenge, though. I even managed to help myself to a small amount of cash from Wadi's bag before you interrupted me in Venice.
그 기차에서
It will be
뛰어내렸는데
enough to
살았다고.
settle somewhere in a quiet little town where I
뭐
will
살았으면
create
지 운이지 뭐.
delicacies for
어쩌겠어.
fugitive clients. You won't hear from me again, nor will Book get any more of my recipes. Oh, and one last thing. You may not think so, but I truly believe Ratchet and Wadi got their just desserts. Regards, F.
You, mademoiselle, are entirely too pleased with yourself. You give clues no one could follow. Unless they are Hercule Poirot. Oh.
나중에 복수는 안 하러 오면 다행이지 뭐. 아, 자 이렇게 해서 진짜 끝났네요. 네. 엑스트라는 뭐 있지? 아, 챕터 선택? 코스형 모은 거 다 보여주네. 코스형 뭐 어차피 또 그냥 수집 요소라서 뭐 의미 없고요. 일단 여기까지 하고, 예, 재밌었습니다. 근데 열차 나간 이후로 약간 퍼즐이 뭔가 좀 나사빠진 게 몇 개 있었던 것 같긴 한데, 그거는 뭐 게임적 요소로 넘어가도록 하고, 재미있었습니다. 나중에 소설이나 한번 원작 읽어봐야겠다 나는.